Hi, thank you for joining this course. In the next couple of hours, we will first mix a track from start to finish. We will take a look at the theoretical background of mixing concepts, and we will show several interesting mixing techniques. Above this video, there's a download link to the slide set of slides we are showing throughout this course and an Ableton project we are sharing with this course. So let's get started. So before we get started, let's take a look at where mixing actually happens in our production process. So first we start with our basic beat and we are writing ideas and we are writing chords and maybe some vocals and lyrics and stuff, and we find our basic song. And then we are going on to work on our sound design. We are elaborating our sounds and we are EQing, we are adding effects and all that. And then after a while, we are starting to arrange our basic beat parts into a song arrangement. We are working on transitions, verses, and choruses. After that's finished, we enter the mixing stage. When entering the mixing stage, our track is more or less fully produced. And after mixing, we are sending our work to the mastering engineer, whose main concern will be overall balancing and increasing the overall loudness of your track. So let's take a closer look at what we are doing in mixing. There are many definitions for mixing, and here's one we are going to use for this course. Mixing is one huge balancing act. We have volume levels, we have frequency conflicts, we have dynamics, we have panning, we have the stereo balance, and an overall coherence must all be considered, with our ultimate goal of creating an end result that sounds great on a multitude of playback systems, not only in the studio. And going back to our previous slide, other than in sound design, where we are tweaking a single sound to its full potential, in mixing, each single track has to be optimized to the context of the whole mix. And therefore it's not important how an instrument sounds when soloed, like what we are doing in the sound design, as long as it sits well in the mix. And sometimes this involves taking off otherwise interesting parts of a single sound at the mixing stage, just to have it sit well in the mix of your elements. So once we load up our project in Ableton, this is what it looks like. And you can see we have different song parts marked in chunks here with verse, chorus, verse, and so on. And we can also see we have a mix between audio tracks and MIDI tracks like this one down here. Now, traditionally in mixing, a band would record a track and then send the bounced audio over to the mixing engineer. But here we are addressing more producers using a DAW, producing their own music and trying to accomplish a mix after producing their track. So we are not going to bounce all the audio. Instead, we are working inside of our arrangement right away and achieve the mixing process at this stage. And we are trying to use Ableton stock effects only during this mix because we want to make sure everybody can easily follow along without the need to own expensive plugins. During the mixing stage, here and there, we are going to compare the capabilities of Ableton stock plugins with professional mixing plugins just to see how close we can get. But don't worry, you don't really need to use those professional plugins. Also, from time to time, we are going to check back with the Waves Path Analyzer, because that one can not only analyze the frequency spectrum, but also the phase and the so-called anti-phase. If you load up the downloadable project file on your own computer, you will notice the vocal parts are missing, and this is due to copyright issues. But all the other elements will be there. Alright, with that being said, let's go ahead and play the unmixed track.
Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I feel, I can feel, I will feel you're the one. Sometimes I see, I can see, I will see we are one. And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, lose myself to you.
So before we get started, we are taking a look at our project. We are loading all the audio material and files and tracks and samples we are going to use in our mix. And we're trying to order it a little bit, name everything and color it. So as you can see here, I've placed drum elements in the upper part of the project and instrument elements in the lower part of the project, and recordings like vocals can be found here in the middle of the project. And sometimes you probably have more audio recordings, sometimes you have more like MIDI tracks and synthesizers, depending on what style you're doing. And first, I'm trying to set this order of the elements so we can easily find our way through the project. Then I'm trying to color everything accordingly. And also I'm trying to create buses when needed. For example, here we have a group of 3 bass sounds placed together in one group. So we have the possibility of affecting all these 3 bass sounds on the effect section in this group here. Also, if I open up the vocal samples here, you see we have audio recordings. And sometimes you might have a project with many audio recordings and they're not always playing. For example, our vocals are not always singing. So you could go ahead and cut parts that are not actually adding any audio or any relevant audio information to your mix. But it also kind of depends on your creative goal, because sometimes you have some organic background noises in your recordings and you actually want to use them, then it's fine to leave those parts where nothing's really happening. It depends on what you want to do, but for a better overview, you could think of cutting parts where nothing's happening just to be sure where everything is sitting. Another important element of mix preparation is finding an appropriate reference track. Like we have 2 reference tracks down here, we're just going to use one, this one. Our human ear has trouble making relative decisions. And especially after hours of mixing and adjusting faders in the studio. So if you have the opportunity to compare your own mix against a commercial professionally sounding mix, that is going to lead to more accurate results. In other words, referencing is a pretty efficient and probably the quickest way to close the gap between sounding amateur or professional. Also, be sure to take your time to find the right reference track for your own work in progress, because there are so many differences in the musical styles of sound. So it should actually be quite close to what you're doing. so it's easier to reference back and forth. And we are placing our reference track into our project because the quicker we can switch between the reference track and our work in progress, the more obvious the contrast is going to be. Imagine if you have to go to your MP3 player and look for the MP3s, load them in, play them, and then go back to your DAW. That will take a while and your ear will have already forgot how your mix sounded. So it's better to have it inside of your project, easily accessible. Also, your reference track and the track you're working on should have the same level of loudness, because to the human ear, something that's louder, if it's simply louder, it already sounds better. So what we're doing is we are loading in our reference track, like this one down here, and then we are taking the level of the reference track and we are adjusting it according to the current level of our mix, to be sure it's equally loud and we don't fall into that trap of perceiving something that's louder as better. Another aspect of preparing our mix is making sure we don't have anything on our master. Now we are taking off any limiters, any gain controls, and well, we could leave an analyzer, that's not a problem, but be sure you don't have any limiter on your master channel while mixing, because when you're mixing tracks, you should focus on making your mix sound musical and punchy. You shouldn't focus on making it sound loud. That's done later. Give yourself the rule that you will never put a limiter on your master fader while you're still mixing, so we're taking it off. If you limit while you mix, you will have a distorted perception of your dynamics and frequencies. Be sure to get a great mix first and then limit later. Okay, so in this part we are going to clean up our project for the mixing stage, and we are going to the single tracks. We are putting in EQs or filters, and we are trying to identify frequencies we are not using later. So for example, if I'm playing the clap, you can see it's a clap, but it has quite some low end here. So we are trying to remove those lower frequencies because first, you don't really hear them. Second, you actually need the space for other elements, in this case for our sub bass. And also we are cleaning it up because if we leave so much information on every single one of those tracks, or on those ones that are actually playing something down here that's not important to the track, we will pile up so much signal and it will all interfere with our actual bass sounds and make mixing very, very difficult later. So I'm going through the project now, and maybe if you're already familiar with the concept, it will be a bit repetitive and you might be able to skip this section, but I'm quickly going through a couple of those elements and show you why and how to cut them. Okay, let's quickly listen to this clap sound again. And the approach now is to move up your filter here and see how much you can actually cut off. When do you start noticing a big difference you don't want in your mix? And also, if you're wondering what type of sound is that, why is there so much noise and what is going on, this is actually a recording we made in the corridor of a friend's house, and we just threw down a couple of flip-flops of those summer shoes down on the floor and recorded that sound, and actually layered a couple of recordings of that sound, shoes falling down on the floor, and made a clap out of it. So this is why it sounds so squishy and organic, and there seems to be much more inside of the sample. So we can keep a lot of the noise, but just make sure we roll off low end. And actually now we are going through the project and we're doing it on every single track. For example, also on the shaker, we would put on an EQ. And we see this one is actually already quite clean. We can just go here, cut everything off just to be sure. But it's a bit pointless to show it on all the tracks now. We are doing it quickly later. but I'm going to pick out some of the most important ones. But actually we are performing that step on every single one of them. The ones to pick out are the piano, for example. It's quite typical for the piano to have this low end as well, but since we are playing bass and the piano is not being applied solo, like it would be in a ballad, for example, we are cutting it off. Kind of like this warm part here, so we are not cutting that off. We don't want this high house piano. Now we can also do the same thing with our vocals. This is actually a processed vocals group already, so we are listening to more than one voice, but it's all on one channel. It's a bit uncommon to work like that. We recorded them and then we processed them all together. So let's try to roll off some low end here.
And if I lose myself,
again, we see quite a tail down here.
and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
So I'm going to keep this much for now. Maybe we will roll off more later when we actually go to processing this vocal further. But for now we are keeping it that way. And another element I want to point out in this stage is the sub bass. So our sub bass, if we put on the EQ, we can see, of course, it has a lot of sub frequencies here, but this is actually where the sound is supposed to be. So we are not going to cut off too much low end here now, because we also know that in the final mixdown at the end of everything on our master channel, we will always form a bit of a low cut, maybe something like this, and we will put our EQ into mid side mode, and we will keep low end in the mid of our panorama, and on the side of our panorama we will always roll off some low end like that, maybe around 120 or 100 Hertz, somewhere here. We will have a separate video on this issue later. So I'm deactivating this for now, and we are going to go through all those single channels here and put in a high pass filter, cut down some of the lows, and prepare everything for the first balance mixing in the next part. Let's try to find a first balance in our mix. We have all the elements stacked up here in this project. We are working with Ableton, and there's two views. If you're working in another DAW, you also have this mixer view here, and we are adjusting those volume faders here on the side. When we are adjusting this value, we are adjusting the volume fader, for example. So the first task is identifying the most important section of your track. So if we look at a classical pop music pattern and we check out this slide, you can see classical pop music has the first verse followed by the first chorus, second verse, chorus 2, mid part or bridge, and then we have those climax kind of choruses where the most elements are sitting and where the track is probably the loudest as well. And you would always start mixing your track with the most important parts and then move around to less important and maybe compared in power, less powerful parts. We don't have that typical pop music pattern here, but we have rather electronic pattern. Still, you can see we have verses, choruses, another verse, a breakdown here, build-ups, and this is actually our climax in this track. Almost all the elements are playing here, and even the vocals are singing. So if we play this part, This is the first section that we are going to focus on. So I'm zooming in, and now we are trying to find the right levels for our first balance. Of course, later in the course of this process, we are going to revisit all these elements and adjust again and again, but now we are just trying to find a first balance. Now, the next step, so the second step, is trying to figure out what instruments are most important to this track to get going. And we are in electronic music, we have a deep future house kind of track here, and kick and bass are very important elements in this style. So our kick is probably our most important element. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to deactivate all these tracks and then come back with each single one of them. So I'm putting on the kick, I'm opening it up just a bit so you can see a bit more, and we see it's at minus 12 decibels now. And we are starting fairly low with the single tracks at quite low volumes. We never really reach those 0 decibels with those single tracks, because if we pile all those signals up, you'll get loud enough. And later in the final mastering and mixing stages, we will have enough headroom left so we can apply limiters and compressors on our master. We can always gain in volume, but it's a lot harder to remove volume if you mix too loud. So we want to work that way. Also, I'm going to quickly open up one of our reference tracks. It's always good to work with reference tracks. And since we have copyright, I'm going to use one of our own tracks, actually, one of our templates. So now our bass drum compares quite well to the bass drum of this track, and maybe later in the process of mixing we will go back and see if other elements are more or less in the same volume region as in this track. But you gotta keep in mind, mostly your reference track is already mastered. Just be sure not to make everything too powerful in your mixing already. Usually as a reference track, you always try to find a track that's kind of similar in the style that you're doing. So now we are going to go to the next element, try to find out what is the next important element, and it's probably our bass now. So I'm activating our bass group. Like we don't want to do too much science here, but a good approach is always taking down your fader and then bringing the sound back in and see where your perception of the sound is okay. And then you can also do it in the opposite direction and come back and then just take notes. So 14 seems a bit too loud. I'm going back to something like 16, 17. So this relation seems good for a start. I'm putting in the sub bass. Can stay with it at around 19. If you find your first balance and you're mixing, you gotta order your sounds in order of importance. So we put in our kick, we put in our bass, and maybe we are really proud of our arpeggio kind of pad sound that plays in the back, and we did some great sound design there, but it's always a trade-off. You cannot put every element in your mix in front of everything. They will interfere so much with each other, even if they have the greatest sound design ever. Altogether, it won't sound good. So sometimes it's a bit counterintuitive. Maybe a sound that sounds a bit weird, if you play it in solo mode, will sound really good in the mix because all those frequencies already covered. So now I'm going to put in the vocals as well. It's the third very important element here.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
And we will do a lot of editing on those vocals. So I'm just leaving the levels here right now. I'm going on with the piano.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
Piano shouldn't be too much upfront, so I'm trying to figure out a good background value as a starting point for the piano now.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
I'll keep it around 19 and we'll move on to the next element. The clap is very important. We already listened to that one before. So let's put on the clap now.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
Seems fine for the moment. Let me quickly exaggerate it.
And if I lose myself,
that would be a bit too much.
And if I lose myself.
So let's bring it back, keep it at 16.5 and move on. So now we are moving on to smaller elements like effects and small blips, and the process remains rather the same. We are trying to find a first rough balance.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
Okay, so let's pick the next element, which is the marimba, and it's actually playing together with this pizzicato kind of violin. And we want to treat them as one sound from now on. Also, we want to put this violin thing a bit more into stereo. It's quite centered now, and we want it on the left and on the right of the marimba. So we duplicate this track, and we put all the 3 tracks into a group. Right now, there would be several options. You could also spread this pizzicato kind of violin with a stereo enhancer or with the waves doubler. So the way the waves doubler is working, you can actually remove the mid signal and put the signal up on the sides. And you probably have it on your left and your right ear now. So it's a really cool plugin, but you can also achieve this effect with just putting on 2 tracks and placing one to the left of your panorama, so to the left speaker of your stereo system, maybe 35, and 35 to the right, and play together with the marimba. Now we have to bring up the levels of these guys a bit.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose.
It would be really cool to have those 2 pizzicatos kind of play around the marimba, not exactly at the same time. So I'm using the track delay function. I'm telling this track to play a bit too early and that one a bit too late. So I'm going back by minus 14 milliseconds and maybe something similar on the other side. And now you have this kind of delayed effect on those 3 sounds. And now we would like this marimba to be a bit more in front of those violins. So I'm putting up the volume inside of the group on the marimba. Okay, and now let's see the overall volume of this sound of the group compared to the rest of our track.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to
I'm just using a technique which can be called focus your ear on the neighboring sounds, because as we said before, our most important elements are the bass, the kick, vocal, and the clap. And now I'm taking down the marimba and I'm trying to bring it back up, but I'm trying to focus my ear on one of the other sounds and then bring in the marimba and see at what moment it's getting too important in the mix. And that's why I'm rolling it back a bit. So I'm just doing this now.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I...
Okay, I'm going to leave it here at around 8 and move on to the next element. Check out our drums up there. Close the vocals and the clap and the sub bass groups, piano groups.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
Shaker seems to be quite prominent, so let's take it back and bring it back and focus on the neighboring sounds again. Shaker always quite in the back of your track.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
And also, if you're wondering why is that pan 20 to the left, actually you can see the sample is recorded a bit too much to the right. So we are bringing it back to the center. And if you look at those two bars here, you can see it's almost even now. It's pretty centered.
And if I lose myself,
So let's go on to the next element, this closed hi-hat.
and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself,
Leaving it there, going to the next hi-hat.
myself, and if I lose myself to you.
And both of those hi-hats are more or less at the same position in the panorama right now. You can already see that here. So I'm moving the other one rather to the left. Well, a bit to the left. Some old mixing wisdom is also telling you to move your hi-hats rather to the left of your panorama than to the right, because it's actually your drummer, the way your drummer organizes his drum battery will be always having the hi-hats to the left.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose.
So I'm trying to keep those guys a bit lower here, not too much. We are mixing them later, so there will be a lot more happening. This is just the first approach.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself.
And now we have those arpeggios here in the back.
And if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
You can actually see they already have a bit of a volume automation. It's always like if I lose myself and then bum bum bum, they come up and they're emphasized a bit more at every second bar. And now we're still trying to keep them in the background.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
Let's quickly adjust the volumes of those rides here. Okay, we have another ride down here. It's playing solo in this area, so I'm putting it in again. That one is pretty cut off. It will need more processing later. But I'm taking it down just a bit now.
And if I lose myself,
and we also have white noise and a fill. I'm checking the fill for now.
and if I lose my,
Okay, let's check the white noise.
and if I lose myself,
That's quite loud.
and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself.
We have those guitar bits down here in the second verse. So okay, these guys are quite loud, so let's take them down. They're really just here for the feel, so we will adjust them later. Also, we have more elements here. We have this synth pad and this other guitar.
Self. And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
And over here you can see a bit of a bad practice. We have an automation on our fader, on our fading volume, and that's actually not a good practice because we want to be free to change this whenever we want. And if we have an automation, we always need to drag the entire automation up and down. So I'm quickly copying this envelope. Copy envelope. I'm putting on a utility that can automate the volume, and I'm drawing in the envelope here. I'm deleting it here.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
So now we are always free to edit this volume quickly in our volume fader. So we have this teeny tiny crash break here. That one will need a bit of attention later as well.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself.
Okay, so now we are more or less through with all the elements. Let's play them together quickly. And this is a first balance approach. It's pretty good. It sounds okay. We can go on from here and really go into detail. Let's quickly check one of our reference tracks. That's not the best reference track. Maybe we would select Ain't Nobody by Felix Yen and use that one because it has kind of similar elements here, but we cannot do that due to copyright issues. So we would look for a reference track that's more or less the same style as our original mixing track here. And if you compare those two, you can only compare volumes right now because this laser kind of track here, it has a bit more percussions, and this track works with less percussion. So it's always a bit depending on what kind of track you're making that really changes your mixing process. So let's quickly talk about one of the most important things in the mixing process, your speakers. Because they're sort of the most important piece of gear that you're going to need. and it's recommended to use active near field speakers. And if we take a look of this schematic top view of a studio place, we can see we have a triangle between us or the listener or the producer, our left monitor and our right monitor. So we are positioning our monitors in a triangle, monitor, head, monitor, and we're trying to have a distance to our left wall that equals the distance to the right wall. That would be perfect. This is important because of reflecting frequencies, bouncing off from the walls, coming back. Also, there should be a gap between the wall and your monitor. Keep in mind to try to listen to your mix on as many different speakers as possible, because you're trying to design a mix that sounds good on every system, not only on your perfectly designed home system. And many people listen to their music on headphones, so go ahead and check your mix on headphones, on smartphones, in the car and on laptops as well. And try to develop an awareness for the weaknesses of these speakers and design your mix accordingly. Okay, now that we've found our first balance, we can go to the single elements and adjust EQing, compression, and all the necessary things in here. We start with our kick. I'm playing our kick solo. We're at -12 decibels, and just in case you're wondering why is it delayed by 5 milliseconds, actually if we look at the kick sample, we can see it starts around 5 milliseconds too late. So we are just adjusting for this delay in the sample because we are triggering it with MIDI here, and we just want to be sure we're really starting with the bar. So that's why we have this delay here. And apart from that, we are using a pretty good kick sample in this track already, and we don't really have to put much compression onto it. So I think it's a kick sample out of our D Premium sample pack. That one is already pretty nicely done. We use it in a lot of tracks, so we can go on and EQ it directly. And now we can see what you can do with EQing in the mixing stage. By boosting the lower frequencies, we can actually make the sample appear longer. So this also depends always a bit on the kind of track you're making. If you're producing slower hip hop or R&B tracks, you would boost your lower elements maybe a bit longer, because you have a lot of time until the next drum element or rhythmic element will kick in. We just want to clean up our spectrum, and there are always kind of muddy parts in those drum samples around 300. We put it on headphone mode to preview what we are actually editing. So those areas are always quite muddy. We also have a nice infographic on our website and in our slides. So if we take a look at this infographic here, we can see a lot of useful information for the mixing stage. For example, we have our frequency range distributed over here, and we can also see the different frequencies at different beginnings of octaves, for example. And we can find our low mids right here, for example. And it tells us if you apply them too much, it's going to sound muddy. And if we are getting muddy sound, we are going to reduce a little bit between 600 and 1 kilohertz. And if we get this boxy or boomy kind of feel, we can cut between 300 and 600 hertz slightly, for example. And maybe that's what we are going to do on our kick. Okay, let's go back to the project. And if we apply this to our kick, we can cut somewhere between 300 and 800 hertz. And if we cut this part, this kick is getting snappier, which is really nice. So we also have a video on our YouTube channel where we explain how you get snappy kicks, and that's what we're actually doing in there. Always cut those boxy parts and focus on the attacky and the low end. So if we cut so much in those areas here, sometimes if you use laptop speakers or if you listen to tracks on iPads or something, then you're starting to miss those areas here around 100, 120 hertz, actually from the end of your frequency spectrum on those kinds of speakers. So we need to be sure there's still enough power in those areas here left. So we still boost them out a bit around 120, just a tad, like that maybe. And we make sure we have our boxy parts right behind, cut off a bit. So the nice thing about editing a kick in this way is also you're getting a more clean low end. Back in context. Okay, now that we've edited our kick, we need to make sure it really cuts through the mix and put in some side-chaining on elements that could mess up the presence of the kick in our track. So they play at the same time at some similar frequencies, for example. Bass comes to mind, piano comes to mind, and maybe also those pizzicato and arpeggio sounds here. So we are going to throw in some side chains just to be sure we leave room for a kick, starting at the sub bass and taking a compressor. I can actually delete this bit here. Open up the compressor, side chain to our kick or our side chain. Really doesn't make that big of a difference here. We have a shorter kick sample for our side chain, and we have a bit of a longer sample for our kick. So if we want a shorter sidechain, we select this one as input. If we really want a sidechain to our kick, we select the kick as input for our sidechain. And also you might want to ask, why do you have a sidechain and a kick? Well, sometimes the kick is not playing, but we still want that sidechain effect in there. So in that case, we can always route our track that's being sidechained, if it's a sound design sidechaining, towards the sidechain channel. And if it's just a mixing thing, you can actually route your things to the kick. So we use the sub bass and we route it to the kick now. And we just want to sidechain from a mixing standpoint. We are not looking for this typical house, progressive house pumping effect. Pulling up the ratio just a bit. Okay, fine. Let's go to the bass group. Okay, let's select the piano. Again, putting a sidechain. So this is a pretty repetitive task. If you've done that before, you can also skip to the next video. We are basically sidechaining piano, arpeggios and pizzis, and then we're good to go. Now it's too pumping, so we move it back. Just have a bit of gain reduction here. And towards the arpeggios, we can actually use this compressor now and simply copy it onto the next channel. Bit less pumping and pizzicatos. So these guys are actually playing at the first hit of the bar. So the first measure, gotta be sure we have some side-chaining on there as well. So we're killing all the sound with such a low sidechain, so we're moving it back to somewhere -15. Ratio doesn't have to be that high, so we just clean up the starters for the kick and preserve the presence of the kick sample. So this is a very important step, sidechaining to preserve the presence of your kick. And now we can move on to the next part. Let's quickly talk about an interesting issue occurring when we are working at different listening volumes, for example in our studio if we are playing something very loud or more quiet. It's a phenomenon of the human hearing. A change in the volume of our track changes our subjective perception of the relation between different frequencies. But in reality, however, the overall objective balance of the frequencies remains the same, independent of the listening volumes. So the problem is, if we listen to our mix and work at low listening volumes, mid-range frequencies sound more prominent and lows like our bass and high frequencies like our hi-hats seem to fall into the background. On the other hand, if we are listening very loud in the studio, the lows and the highs sound more prominent and the mid-range seems to be comparatively softer. Let's take a look at a graph. And this graph shows us if we are playing at low volumes, our ears are not really perceiving much of the bass frequencies and of the highest frequencies. But if we take up the gain and we are listening at high volumes in our studio, the difference between mid frequencies and high and bass frequencies gets more evened out. It's getting more towards a flat curve, whereas this is really curved here. Now this representation seems a bit counterintuitive, and that's why I thought we could turn it on its head to make it more obvious. So if we turn this graph on its head, what we see is we are listening at low levels and we are perceiving something around 5 kHz, 2 kHz, 1 kHz, basically the space where our voice is sitting, the most important things of our voice are sitting, is clearly audible. But our bass is not that audible. There's nothing going on. We need to put a lot of effort into focusing our ear on listening to bass frequencies and quite a lot of effort into listening to higher frequencies. But if we go up in our decibels in the volume and we listen to it really loud, the difference between mid frequencies, high frequencies and lower frequencies get more evened out. So going back, a practical advice as a takeaway from this curve is an appropriate mixing volume is somewhere around 70 to 80 decibels. A typical conversation might be around 65. And a motorcycle passing by is more like 100 decibels. Also, you shouldn't rely on mixing at high or low volumes only. You should go back and forth and switch around. Try to remember your preferred volume settings and get accustomed to them. If you're mixing at low volume, don't pay too much attention to your bass here because of the Fletcher-Munson curve we just looked at. If you're mixing at high volume, keep in mind the high end will be perceived louder than mixing at low volumes. If you're taking the volume down to low levels, are you still able to hear your most important elements clearly? We find this to be really important in mixing. And also, listen to your reference track. How does the reference track sound at those stages in comparison to your work in progress, at those different listening volumes? In this part, we are going to go through our bass group and it's a bit genre specific. We are working with this kind of future house bass here, and that one is compiled out of several bass sounds. We have those 3 bass layers inside of the bass group, which we will treat later as one bass sound. And then we have our sub bass here, and all together they form our bass for the song. And in this case, it's also kind of an instrument because it's playing higher frequencies with this upper bass sound here. And first, we are going to treat them step by step, every single sound, to make sure we are preparing them nicely to stack them over the frequency range and make sure they are present but don't interfere too much with each other. You could also argue that going into the bass group and editing them single by single is kind of a sound design step, but sometimes producers want to rely on the audio engineer to get the most out of the sounds in the context of the mix, and that's when this step actually makes sense in the mix stage. So let's first listen to the top layer. And we have those higher frequencies here playing in this part of the spectrum, and that's what really makes this sound important. It's our top layer of the sound, and we notice a bit of fluctuation in the volume, like those top notes. If we look at the notes, we still have the MIDI, so we can actually check what's going on. We see we have higher notes and we are going over almost 1 octave lower, and that's when your volume sometimes and also the feel of the sound changes. And that's an indication for using a compressor actually. So let's put in a compressor and see if we need one. I'm putting it into this mode so we can see it more clearly. So we can see we have a bit of imbalances here between the higher notes and the lower notes, and we're going to adjust the compressor a bit to get a bit more balance in there. If you want to decide whether a track needs a compressor or not, it's always a bit dependent on the analysis of the dynamic range. And we're going to take down the threshold now. See down here, it seems to be a bit too much. It's very, very short now. A bit attacky. Actually, if we turn down the attack, we will get out this harsh transient. But overall, this seems a bit too heavy. We can actually put in another compressor just to see what we are doing here and see if we are getting out the dynamics with our compression. So I'm putting that back up to something around 20. Now I'm pulling up the ratio, let it work a bit more. If you're not sure what a compressor does, we actually have a video on our channel and we are going to put a link into the references. For a good comparison, it's basically similar to referencing. We have to take out the makeup gain from our compressor, from that one that is actually working. This one's just sitting here doing nothing, but we take out the makeup and then we adjust the output volume to be able to A/B it in a correct way. So we can bypass the compressor and have the same level with and without the compressor and actually listen to the changes it's applying to the track. So let's try to find the right output level. Seems to be somewhere around here, around 6. It's getting a bit more evened out now. The compressor is working quite a bit and evening out the differences in the dynamic range. Apply a bit of EQing. So I'm taking EQ8. And we still have a bit of low end inside here. So we are going to work with more sounds later, and those are rather low. So we leave a bit of room again for those sounds. In the bottom. And now we also want to emphasize a bit more on the future housey feel. So on this higher part, if we move up the frequency here and see what is happening. This is quite a signature kind of sound for future house, and maybe somewhere around 1K we could boost a bit. And somewhere around 5K we could do something. So I'm pulling a little bell into 5-ish. Can actually put it on headphone mode to see the exact change you're performing. Want to use it rather broad. And maybe a bit less. So you could argue, why are you doing boosting here? Mixing should be subtractive EQing. Well, you can also regard the step a bit of sound design, since we are still inside of the group, and we will regard this bass group later as our bass sound as a whole, and we will perform the mixing steps in this bass group. And this is a bit of sound design pre-mixing, sound polishing if you want. Okay, we don't want to do too much on the single sound. It also depends a bit on the context later, but we know from experience that those two frequencies are important for this type of bass sound to cut through the mix. So let's listen to the mix quickly. And this future housey feel sometimes also comes with a bit of reverb on your bass sound. It sounds quite counterintuitive, because who wants reverb on bass sounds? You're just putting in a lot of blurry sound into your lower frequencies. But again, this one is used in higher frequencies, and we are trying to boost a bit of reverb into the higher frequencies to get that future housey open feel on the bass. And I prepared this reverb just a bit already for this step, and it's a small drums room reverb, and I'm putting it on this bass, and we can A/B it and see what it's doing. So it's very present without it, and with it. And we open up the dry wet to exaggerate it. That's definitely not what we're looking for, but let's put it back to something like 30%. Could also play around with the decay time. It's not what we're looking for really. So I'm putting it back to 900 milliseconds or almost 1 second. And this is our top layer of the bass sounds. We can move on to the next sound now. Okay, step 2 in our bass sub-separation, we are going to adjust this bass a bit towards this top layer. So this is rather the mid bass layer. Let's play it solo. And we want to have that fit better together with the top layer and the sub layer down here. And first we want to open it up a bit, take out some of disturbing frequencies, leave a bit of room for the main frequencies of this top layer, and maybe widen it a bit for this future housey kind of feel. So I'm starting with an EQ. And I'm taking off some of the higher frequencies because this bass covers them and we don't want to interfere too much. Frequency masking comes to mind. There are two ways of doing what I just did. You can do it that way, subtractive, so we are going below the 0 decibels, or you could boost it in this way and draw in a shape like that one, and then pull down the gain here. Like in comparison to what you did, if you open it up, you can see you're getting closer to the 6 decibels, and just take this off. But like a very clean way in the mixing process would be take out the frequencies you want to have less emphasized and then put in a boost, for example, a utility. And we took out 6 almost, so we boosted up somewhere around 6. And now we can compare. If we quickly group those two, we can go A-B. So it warms up a bit in the lower frequencies. And now we can go ahead and check back with the first layer. Just be sure we take a new EQ8 and make sure for those higher frequencies here, we are taking out the sound on that bass. So somewhere here, we are going down. Okay, and now we need to take a bit of power out of the sound and also move it a bit more towards the future housey direction. What I like doing in this case is spreading the stereo of a sound. A simple approach with Ableton is just putting on a chorus. Let's see what the chorus does here. So it widens the sound and the signal is getting less powerful and less clear. It's getting more obscure in the back. And it moves from the center to left and right in the panorama. And we also have this reverb on the other channel. I'm quickly copying that one onto this channel as well. As we mentioned before, we don't want reverb on the lower frequencies here, so we just tell the reverb to cut the lows, don't even input them into the plugin. We skip everything below 2.3 kilohertz, and then we apply reverb on the remaining parts. Let's see how that sounds. Again, we are losing a bit of presence. We are moving it a bit to the back. Maybe could get a bit louder now compared to the top layer. Let's put the third one in there as well. Let's put it into context. Okay, so let's move on to the last one, to the last bit of sounds, of bass sounds, and try to adjust that one as well inside of the group. And then we are going to treat the bass group as a whole, put in the mixing treatment for the actual sum of the bass sounds compared to the sub bass then. Okay, so let's turn to the third bass and let's quickly solo it. So that one adds a bit of another note. It's also quite comparable to this mid sound. Now, before processing. And we just want to add this bit of a saw wave note to the sound, to the whole bit of the sound. Because we are playing fairly low with this sound, we put in a bit of a sidechain just to make sure we're not interfering too much with the kick in the first place, because the kick has quite some low end and a longer tail. So let's put in the sidechain to the kick. This is a bit too much. Okay, let's go on and put in an EQ behind it. Actually, the sound got a bit weak and we can think of a bit of saturation. That's sometimes also very interesting in mixing. If the sound sounds a bit flat, you can actually put in a saturator. For example, Ableton's saturator. And it has a nice preset, a bit warmer. Let's use that one as a starter. I'm reducing the output just a bit. It's easier to hear those saw bits now, and we can go into this EQ. So this part will be taken care of our sub bass later. and we can boost it a bit right here. And then we want to get this feeling in there, but we want to move it to our sides. So we take in another chorus and put it to the side of our spectrum. And now we can get out this boost and do the opposite with reducing our higher frequencies a tad. And now we've done a bit on the sound already, and we've taken quite a bit of volume out of the sound. We need to go back and put it into context, put in the top layer first. So if we exaggerate a lot, we have this warm bass around us and it kind of feels cool and right in there. But if you play it in solo mode in the bass, it always sounds pretty cool. In the mix, it will sound terrible. That's why we have to take it back a bit afterwards. So now the ratio towards the top sound sounds right from a mix perspective. Let's put in the third one. So why do we mono the bass? Back when most music ended up on vinyl, the low bass had to be in mono since stereo information down in the lower frequencies would make the needle of your turntable jump out of the groove. In the digital age now, there are still reasons to keep your bass in mono. For example, those bass frequencies have a lot of energy, they move a lot of air and will take up more space in a mix than mid or higher frequencies. So if we keep the bass in mono, we limit the amount of space that's used in the mix. Also, most subwoofers are mono anyway, so you have more control over the sound being played back on different systems if you keep the bass in mono anyway. Stereo information might very well mean phase problems when the left and the right channels combine in a mono speaker, or for example in the phantom center between two speakers. Anyways, bass frequencies are sensitive to phase problems and can easily lose the punch and definition. But what happens if we still like our sound of the bass in stereo? Actually, the human brain cannot really localize the sound frequencies lower than about 80 Hz, so we don't have to worry too much about the bass below 80 Hz. That will always be perceived in mono. Everything else on top of that can be edited more towards the left and the right and stereo settings.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
Okay, so let's treat this bass group as a whole in here and put in a couple of effects. First, we want to glue those three bass layers together to one big piece of bass sound. And actually it also is like a guitar because it's playing those higher frequencies. So it has two functions. It works as a bass and also like this groovy guitar kind of thing. So let's put on a glue compressor. And you can put any compressor if you're working with a different DAW. And we'll basically just turn down the threshold and let it work a bit. And now let's A/B this. Gotta make up for the changes. So now you can see it's working a bit. It's already gluing together some of the sounds. Let's exaggerate it a bit. Sounds interesting as well. You could also put up the ratio. So depending a bit on where you want to go with your track, you would glue your sounds together a bit differently. I kind of like the settings around 20, 21, and I don't know where the makeup was. Turning off the vocals for a minute. Okay, and just to show another type of technique often used on guitars and percussion and drums is the so-called New York compression. It's basically putting in a compressor and then playing around with the dry wet. So that way you're keeping a bit of the original signal, then you're adding in a bit of compressed signal. So you basically get a mix of the through channel, the A version, and the compressed B version. And this dry wet will show you how much you apply it. I'm putting up the ratio because the core of this technique is kind of harsh, pretty tough compression, and you just add bits of it into the mix. So that was actually the wrong compressor. I'm putting it into this compressor, and we're adding rough, harsh compression, and then we are taking out a bit of the signal. So we mix the dynamics with highly compressed signal here. If you have troubles to identify the differences between the sound with the compressor and without it, if you do this more often, over time your ear will accustom to listening to specific frequency ranges and dynamics in sound, and you will be getting better. So this is really a bit of a practice issue. So if you practice more, your ear will get more used to this type of activity. So I'm just putting in a tad of New York compression here, and just wanted to show you this type of technique because I find it quite interesting, and sometimes it really solves problems on drums or on guitars. And I also like the way it sounds if we put it in a bit more, but we will have marimbas playing later, so we shouldn't focus too much on transients. So I'm putting it back down, and we put in another EQ. So you have 3 modes. On most EQ plugins, you will find several modes. So you have left, right. That's when you work. This would be only EQing on the left side and keeping the right side. You can do the same thing with stereo, and well, stereo is just the entire stereo signal, and mid side will treat the side different than the mids of your panorama. Sometimes if you're working with bass, for example, you would keep the mids, like the lower frequencies in the mids, and you would go to the sides and put in a bit of low cut, because in clubs, bass will be only outputted in mono, and the ear overall can also only perceive mono bass. So there's no point in keeping stereo signal in the lowest frequencies, so we cut them out. And also we can boost some higher frequencies with a shelf on the side of our panorama because there's still space left. And with this type of sound design, we actually have frequencies going here. So I'm just leaving it in this position. Just one thing, I'm changing the auto filter. This one, it's an arrangement issue, and I'm actually putting it behind everything. Let's go back and take, again, always important, take your bass group levels now and all the adjustments and compare them to the mix overall. And I'm trying to find a new perfect balance here, or like temporary balance, because we are going to do more on this track. I guess we will have to do a bit more side chaining and low cuts when we put in the sub bass later. But for now, I'm trying to find a new level, and I'm going to exaggerate it a bit first. Alright, let's talk about phase cancellation. I prepared two audio files here, two sine waves. Let's play the first one. This is how it looks, sine wave. The second one. Sounds the same. So this could be easily two bass sounds as well if we would play 2 octaves lower or 1 octave lower, and it could be two bass sounds in your project. Okay, let's unsolo this track and play them together. We don't hear anything. We have signal in the output, and no signal on our master. So what went wrong here? Let's zoom in and take a closer look at the waveforms of both of these samples. And what we see is they're both starting with the polarity of your speaker membrane at neutral. Nothing happening, and then the upper one is turning into the positive polarity. That is the membrane of your speaker is moving towards you, and then later it's moving back behind into the negative polarity. In the second sine wave, the exact opposite is happening. We are first pushing backwards, so to speak, and then we are pushing our speaker membrane into the positive polarity. So this sine wave is doing the exact opposite from this one. So the problem for your speaker is it gets positive information here and negative information here, and it's the exact same information. So for example, if you add +4 and -4, what you end up with is 0. And this is the information the speaker is getting here, and that's why the output is 0. We don't hear anything. Okay, so this is when we have both of these samples playing centered in our stereo mode. We're in the stereo world nowadays, and we can adjust for this problem here and send our first sample to the left of our panorama, play it all the way to the left, and well, actually I selected both of them, and we take the second one and we are not playing it at the left, we are not playing it in the center, but all the way up to the right. Now we send this one to our left channel of the two stereo channels and this signal to the right channel. So let's zoom out and play it back. So we have sound again. So what happened now is we have two sounds with opposite polarities in the waveforms. One is playing on the left and one is playing on the right channel. And we're playing the same pitch, the same note in the same frequency range. This is not a problem as long as we are on a stereo system. On a stereo system, we can hear everything. But what happens if we are playing this back on a mono system? For example, many clubs have mono systems. And let's go to the master channel and put on a utility and tell it to take our width of the signal from 100 down, like this is the stereo width of our signal. Let's take it down to 0, resulting in a mono signal on our master channel. And let's play back what we have so far. We don't hear anything because we're grouping left and right signal into a mono signal, and then those opposite polarities here, well, let's go to the front and see them here. Those opposite, the positive and the negative polarity, cancel each other out on a mono system. We end up with nothing. So what we've just seen is called total phase cancellation, because we are completely canceling each other out here. Now let's zoom back into the front here and go into very extreme zoom setting. So this is 0 milliseconds, this is 1 millisecond apart. And now we are going to move the second sample back a little bit. So now we are a bit off in the timing, and we're also going to set those back to centered mode. Centered. And we're going back to our master channel and we're taking off this mono control. So back again at stereo signal with both of these samples canceling each other out, but not exactly playing at the exact same time. They're a little bit off here. And that results in us getting a signal, whereas when it plays directly from the start, there's no signal. Here, we have signal, because we're not in the total phase cancellation anymore. There's a little bit of a difference in the timing when this curve starts. So let's take a look what the combined waveform of both of these samples will look like. We're going to record them now on this track here. I'm activating record and I'm placing the locator here and I'm hitting record. Okay, this should be enough. Let's open up the sample and zoom out slightly. And we see we have heavier amplitudes in the first two sine waves, and in the combined third recorded sine wave we have a little bit less amplitude. So it's quieter. So we see the recorded sum of both of these sine waves is quieter than single sine waves that were recorded together. Now in the real production world, it might happen that you have two quite nice bass sounds. They're not completely the same, but they're covering a couple of bass frequencies, both, and you'd like to play them, well, both in your mix. And what can happen is this phenomenon here we just witnessed. It's called partial phase cancellation. So they might, some of those longer subby waves might overlap and cancel each other out. And this will result, even if you power up your bass frequencies with more than one bass sound, thinking, hey, let's add power to this bass. What actually can happen is they are canceling each other out, resulting in less power in your bass region. And this is happening a lot more in the bass region because bass sounds have longer waves. And if we move up the frequency range and go to something like hi-hats or vocals or something really high up, those have shorter waves and it's harder to really match and cancel each other out in those high frequencies. Now you might be producing on a track and you're not sure if you actually have partial phase cancellation inside of your mix. So let's quickly go back and set this second sine wave back to the front. So they're completely, totally out of phase right now. But what we're going to do is we're taking this one back to the left side of our stereo panorama and this one back to the right side of our stereo panorama. So in a stereo setting, you should be able to hear them. And this is what happens. We hear them. And now we go back to our master channel and activate an analyzer. Pass analyzer by waves, load it up, and we can see it has a frequency spectrum analysis up here, and it also has a stereo spectrum analysis. So stereo panorama analysis down here with your left and your right side, and also with anti-phases on both sides. So if we play back our totally opposite or totally inverted sine waves, we should see some movement in those anti-phases. So we have no signal actually in the middle, we only have signal in the antiphase here. And as soon as we activate our mono, we don't hear anything anymore. Or just a little bit, because we are not totally to the left and not totally to the right. We are remaining at a very, very tiny fraction of the signal in our mix. So let's clear this again, take off the mono, and slightly move the timing of the second clip to like 1 or 2 milliseconds delayed, and listen back. It's getting even more obvious in the anti-phases here. You see all this information here. Moving it a bit. I'm moving it a bit into the partial phase cancellation in that way. So you see there's signal in the anti-phase, and there's also a signal here in the stereo spectrum. And whenever we're on a mono system, all the anti-phase signal will be gone. And we're left with the remaining signal here. So for practicality, if you're working on a track and you're putting on your analyzer to analyze your mix and you see stuff in your anti-phases here, that will be gone once your mix is played on a mono system. So keep that in mind. So practical advice is, when you're working on your track and you're working on your mix, from time to time you should check your mix back in the analyzer, take a look at those phases, put on a mono control and listen back to your mix in mono. Are the important elements of the story you want to tell still audible? Then you can go on. Because you will hardly find any track without any partial phase cancellation. Even commercial tracks always have that, but they just make sure they have enough of their relevant audio information in this actually audible area on mono systems, and what is added for stereo systems are not necessarily needed. Okay, so in the next step we are going to combine the bass group with the sub bass. So I'm putting this one on solo and I'm adding in the sub bass. And the sub bass, if we check the frequency range of the sub bass quickly in this diagram, or if we listen closely, see we have a lot of low end here. And just to be really sure everything is taken out, we will take those 2 lower bass layers in the group and leave a bit more room for the sub bass. We actually could have done that before already, but let's do it now. See, this is actually the same sound as the sub bass, and we don't want both of them playing. If we have sine waves playing, for example, in the sub bass and here, they might cancel each other out. So we want to avoid that, and we take off some of the low end here, which is actually not needed. And we go to this other sub bass and do kind of the same thing here. because now we want to play it all together. Right now, the sub bass is playing more or less in this region, and the other three guys are playing in this region. It would be cool to glue it all together just a bit more. A common approach is creating a bus track. So I'm right-clicking here, I'm inserting a new audio track, that one. And now that we have this set up, we can call it low bus. Now we are going to send the signals of bass group and sub bass into this audio track. And from there on, we are going to send them to the master. So right now, this track is going directly to the master channel down here, but we are going to pick that up in our low bus, send it in here, and we're going to do the same thing with our bass group. We are sending it to our low bus, and now we have both those signals collected together in here. We put it on in. Also, another important thing is, now that we've stereo enhanced those upper bass sounds, we gotta check if we lose a lot of the side panorama information if we play it in mono. So how do we go about that? We quickly solo this bass group again, place on a utility, and we could try to listen to it, but we could also use an analyzer analyzing the stereo spectrum. So I'm playing the bass group in solo mode now. And we see we have quite a bit of anti-phase here. An approach to reducing that would be inserting a utility, checking how the sounds in mono. So we are taking the width down to 0. In complete mono, we would lose almost all of the side information. Now there's only side information, and if we go down to some value around 60 or 50, we're getting a rather acceptable anti-phase. And there's still enough information of those upper bass harmonics. We keep it that way for now, but as always we are trying the A/B. Did we lose some volume? We increased the gain just a bit. So now we can go back to the low bus, play it all together. And now the first step would be gluing those guys together. Okay, so we drag a glue compressor onto our low bus, and we want to glue sub bass and bass group together now, but in moderate ratios. So I'm quickly selecting a ratio about 2, and I'm going to play around with the threshold, the attack and the release, just to see how things are moving. If we select a higher threshold, we got to make up quite a bit. So we're preserving some of the transients with a longer attack. Okay, let's keep it at that for now. Quite a longer attack time here. If we open up the info field, we can always see the attack time. The knob values are in milliseconds, so that's 30 milliseconds. Up here we are in seconds, so that's like 800 milliseconds. And we have a ratio of 2. Okay, and as finalizing measure, we are going to drag an EQ in mid-side mode, and we are removing the lower frequencies on our left and right, cleaning up the lower mono bass spectrum, making sure there's not even any bit of stereo information in there, or at least not very much. And now we have to go back into the context and check if this low bus group compares to all the other elements and relates to them. Seems a bit too loud if we move towards 0. We still want it present in there, and it should really occupy an important part. In our first balancing section, we said that kick and bass are the most important elements in this track, so it really has to stand out. So we've showed this New York style compression here, and let's do a quick extension. And there's another way of setting this up, which is also pretty cool and very commonly used and quite a powerful instrument. You could set up another return channel, and we put an EQ onto that one, cut some low end, and add another compressor. And let's open this one up a bit, pull down the threshold like crazy, like really crazy, and put on a heavy ratio and see what happens. So we can just mix this return channel onto our bass group to focus a bit more on those future housey higher bits of sound. If I'm putting this up, so the return channel is sent through here, and quickly cut out a makeup gain here. This is the solo signal of the return channel. I'm putting the output up a bit, so we can mix a bit of emphasized higher frequency signal onto that bass group again. Let's play it together. So the effect you're getting here is you're emphasizing even more on those higher bits, and the bass instrument and this guitar-y part of the bass is cutting even better through the mix with this New York style compression.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose...
Let me turn down the vocals and we just listen to the instrumentals. it's very subtle. If we put up the output volume a bit more, we can emphasize a lot more on it just to see really what's going on. We are clipping now, so I'm moving it back a bit, but you could already hear what was going on. That's a cool way of pushing out those frequencies, those extra frequencies you want in there. You could even EQ a bit more here. So we knew from before it was somewhere around 5. Really cool technique in my opinion. So anyways, let's pull it back to 5 or something. Okay, let's go on to the next elements. Let's take a look at these vocals. If you record vocals, your resulting track will be in mono. And maybe you've recorded other sounds for your project and they are in mono too. Now you're entering the mixing stage and you want to distribute your several recorded sounds over the stereo spectrum to achieve a nice and interesting and full sounding mix. So if we listen to this recorded vocal sample here.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying.
It shows you 2 channels, but actually it's in mono. If you wanted to put this into stereo, a simple approach or a simple thought process would be taking this vocal track and duplicating it and then turning one part to the left and the other part to the right. Because hey, we want to have more stereo sound, and let's just double this thing up and listen to it nicely in stereo. So let's set it to like 40 here and minus 40 to the left and listen back.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
Did that sound so different? So I'm duplicating it again and I'm taking the first one back to mono. Now I want to compare those two with the upper one. So this one is the one going to the left, this one is the one going to the right, and this one is remaining centered, not played now. Playing those two.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
Playing the centered one.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
So I adjusted the volume for this first one, the centered one, and compared it to those other two, and basically we are hearing the same signal still. We're just beefing it up with the second one we are playing along, but this is not really stereo what we're perceiving here. So what is the foundation for us to perceive sounds in stereo? Like we know from our phase cancellation video or tutorial, stereo has 2 infos, the left and the right. And if we have the same info on both sides, the result still appears to be mono. But what happens if we don't have the same thing on both sides, if they slightly differ? So what needs to happen to our signal to perceive it more in stereo? We have 3 possible treatments for our audio. The first one is time, the second one is frequency, and the third one is amplitude. So let's talk about time first. If we go back to those 2 vocals here, the one playing on the left and the second one playing on the right, and I'm soloing both of them again.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
And now I move the track delay for the right vocal a couple of milliseconds late. Like 8 milliseconds maybe.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying.
It sounds like a stereo signal now, and that's because the left speaker is at a given time playing something slightly different from the right speaker.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with.
Because our signal like the same signal information is arriving a little bit later on the right than on the left. So what happens at one point in time is different on the left and the right. Also, a very interesting side effect of this is we have the same amplitude on both those signals, but the left one, the vocal on the left side, appears to be louder now. Listen back and focus your ear on your left side. The vocal is louder there.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with.
Or it even appears to come from the left, even if this vocal sample on the right side is just as loud as the one on the left. And this is called the law of the first wavefront. Wherever a doubled up waveform appears first, that's going to be the direction where you sense the sound is coming from. So if this is true, why not take the right vocal and play it earlier than the left one and control if that's really true. So we're taking it from +8 to -8 milliseconds. So now it's going to play 8 milliseconds earlier, and we should be able to hear it on our right louder than on our left now.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
And this is exactly what just happened. To achieve this effect, you don't have to duplicate your vocals. You can go back to the initial centered vocal, and we're just going to solo this one. I'm actually taking down the levels back to the initial value. And if we go in here and we put a simple delay on our channel, we can actually put this same effect manually in here. We are setting our delay to time. And I'm putting a delay time of 3 milliseconds to the left side and a delay time of 8 milliseconds to the right side. And the result should be similar to what happened with our left and right vocal samples before.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die.
So if we play around with those delay times, we notice again the law of the first wavefront. So whatever side is earlier than the other one will be the one where we perceive the audio signal to be coming from. So as we heard, different delay times result in different sounds of our output signal. And let's see how far we can take this.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying.
If we go to 100 milliseconds or something less than that, but more than 50 milliseconds, we are getting an echo effect. So it's not really that close anymore, and we don't appear to be coming from one side only, but if we enter the echo zone, we actually perceive the sound from the right to be an echo of the sound of the left side.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying.
So if we are making use of this Haas effect in placing sounds around in our stereo spectrum, we should try to keep it below 50 milliseconds and find a nice position with values below that.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
We can also move this dry wet back and move our overall perception of the sound a little more back to the center.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
Okay, so we said the first possible treatment for achieving stereo sound on a mono signal was using time. The second one was frequency, so let's apply frequency. We are going back to our two vocals on the left and the right, soloing both of them, playing them back.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yeah.
and they still sound to be coming from the right. So I'm taking this delay off, this track delay. Now we only have those two vocal sounds playing.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
And let's load up an EQ and make some changes in the sample on our left side.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
That way we are also introducing a stereo effect. And we can even add in the third possible treatment, amplitude, and adjust for those frequencies we took out on the left side and move up this gain control on our left vocal.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
We are further changing the stereo perception of the sound. Now if we go back and only work with amplitude, taking off this EQ and only increasing the amplitude of the left side over the one of the right side.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here.
The sound appears to come more from the left side, but it doesn't sound too natural from a stereo perspective. So if we go back to our first sample here, the centered one, and we solo it and we deactivate the simple delay, and introduce a reverb.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
And bypass it.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
Put it back on. I'm actually going to take the dry wet down a little bit.
Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
You notice it already sounds stereo if we just put on a reverb on our vocal. That is because a reverb actually consists of a bunch of tiny delays. And what's happening here is quite similar to what happened with our simple delay. We only had two delays arriving here, one after 12 milliseconds and the other one after 31. And with a reverb, we have a lot of tiny delays arriving over time. And this gives the impression of a stereo effect. Okay, now we've taken some time to edit our bass and we can move on to the vocals. And if we listen to this vocal track in solo,
and if I lose myself,
we can see we have several vocal recordings stacked up in this audio file. So they have been pre-processed already. And now we are trying to have them sit in our mix. And we want to start editing those vocals in the context of our mix. Let's first take a compressor. Why do we first take a compressor? Because we can see we have those louder parts here and more quiet parts here, and it's quite dynamic still. We also have a fairly quiet part here.
too soon.
And
if I lose myself, sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you.
now you can see we've already adjusted a bit for those differences in the loudness with this volume fader out of the utility. For instance, here in the quieter parts we are moving up the volume a bit, but there are more dynamics. For example, here we should do something like this probably and then move back up. Also probably something like this. And this is basically the first step, or one of the steps that a compressor will perform for you. Let's put in a compressor. We are taking the glue compressor. We are also taking another compressor right behind it so we can actually visualize what we are doing again. Let's put it on here and adjust the threshold, the attack, release, ratio, and makeup.
And if I lose myself,
So it's not working right now, and you see the dynamic range here.
and if I lose myself,
If I put it heavy on, put on the makeup, high ratio,
and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself, And if I lose myself to you.
You can see what the compressor is doing. It's flattening all the signal and you get all the background noise. You can actually notice it's not that good of a recording. We still have some noise in the background, and now also those sighs and when somebody's breathing are really loud. Like maybe you know that from the radio. Sometimes if you listen to the radio, they have the same effect on their compressors.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you.
So we're moving back the threshold.
And if I lose myself.
Make our back down.
And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself.
And also the ratio can go down just a bit. We are going back to 4.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you.
Okay, let's play around with the attack time.
And if I lose myself. 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 And if I lose myself.
You see some of the transients still cutting through with a long attack. So we are selecting a rather short one, but not the shortest ones.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself.
Okay, let's keep it like that for now and add in a bit of reverb because it sounds very present now and we might want to move it a bit to the back and also add a bit of depth to the sound. So let's pick a reverb. Maybe we can put that behind this visualizer and pull it down, 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 down.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself.
Okay, let's exaggerate everything.
And if I lose myself.
Now we're in church.
And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself.
Can actually make our room bigger.
And if I lose myself.
And now we're in church.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you.
So we want a smaller room size.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself.
Okay, let's see that in context.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself.
Okay, let's keep it around 20% for now and put in an EQ. We have the problem that there are quite some lower mid frequencies interfering with our piano and a bit of our bass sound. So we have to make sure our vocals are pushed a bit to the higher frequencies.
And if I lose myself to you.
It's quite mumbly here, so we are taking down those frequencies a tad.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose.
Let's listen together with the piano.
And if I lose myself.
Maybe we can even put that EQ onto mid-side mode.
And if I lose myself.
Just clean it up in the mids.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself.
We are cleaning up the lower end and leaving some room for the pianos to play in those lower frequencies in the mid of the panorama. We could even exaggerate that effect if we pull up the scale.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself.
So let's leave it like that for now. And also put in a bit of a low cut. We do that with a separate EQ because we want to put it on all those frequencies everywhere in our spectrum and everywhere in our panorama. So I'm putting that one up.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
Let's go back to context.
And if I lose myself.
Now we need to pull up the volume here.
And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you. And if I lose myself. And if I lose myself to you.
So this is the first approach here. Later we might add a bit more effects in our sweetening to taste stage. Also, an important issue with vocals is de-essing. So we have if I lose myself too soon. So we have those S's and we got to make sure we are taming those frequencies whenever they occur. So in the next step, we are going to set up the DeEsser. So the next step is taking care of those hiss sounds around 7000 Hertz. And we are going to put in a DeEsser. Ableton doesn't have a DeEsser, so we are starting with the Waves DeEsser, and then we are coming up with a solution for Ableton afterwards. I'm loading on the DeEsser by Waves, and I'm loading the female S preset, which basically changes the frequency here. And now we can put it in and try to duck the signal or remove some of those higher frequencies whenever there's an S played.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself too, and if I lose myself too.
So I'm putting down the threshold here.
And if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself to you.
It's a bit a question of taste, also of the context in the mix.
And if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
Okay, let's leave it that way and try to find a solution with Ableton. So I'm creating a group here and we can put this into two options. I'm renaming it to Waves DeEsser. And now we can create another chain and we call that one PML DeEsser. And we're quickly setting this up for Ableton users. Let's use a multiband compressor, drag it in, group it again. So we have a rack chain. And now we can go ahead and select the high mid frequency crossover, map it to macro 1, and also put it on solo. And now we just duplicate this chain and we duplicate it one more time. And now we have high, we have mid, and we have low. We are only going to focus on the highest ones, but I'm putting the solo of the low on the low frequencies, the mid on the mid frequencies, and that one on the high frequencies. So basically what I've done now is I'm separating the signal that's flowing through the chain here. Actually, we need to turn off the Waves DeEsser for now. We can turn them off both and put this one on solo. So everything, every vocal bit that's coming through will go through DeEsser PML now. And now it's going to be split up into high, mid, and low frequencies. And everything that's in the high frequencies now can be treated behind this multiband dynamics compressor. And I'm going to put the high crossover somewhere into the area of 5K or something. And now we are selecting a compressor, putting that behind the high multiband dynamics. So we are working on this high end chain, and now we can reduce the threshold whenever some S occurs on our vocal channel. So how do we trigger that? We can trigger it by opening up the sidechain and putting it in, selecting audio from our vocals channel, this one, and putting in an EQ as well, putting that one on bell curve, selecting the high frequency. So this is basically the frequency that Waves DeEsser selected for us. It said something around 677, something like that. So that's where we want to go. And we put up the Q a bit to trigger a bit more. So now our DeEsser is being set up. And this compressor now is sensitive to this sidechain input signal in this area, in this filtered area. So if you look at an EQ, it would look like this. You would have a bell curve, something like this. This is what we are letting through whenever something in this area is very loud or the threshold triggers it, we duck it. So let's play some signal here.
And if I lose myself,
put down the threshold.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself,
all right, we are triggering.
And if I lose myself,
higher frequencies, and we're removing them. And now we need to adjust the ratio, attack, and release times. And let's put in a very short attack time because S is starting very early. S.
And if I lose myself,
and release time down.
And if I lose myself,
actually we can map this ratio to our second macro, the threshold to our third macro, and the triggered frequency to our fourth macro. So now we can control our compressor from here, and we basically set up a DeEsser. So the ratio should be something about 2, and the threshold maybe something about 30. We will see about that in a minute. And we are letting through all the signal, the S signal around 6.5, 6.7. So again, 6.77.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
Let's play the Waves DeEsser.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself to you.
Compare it.
And if I lose myself to you.
That sounds pretty good.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself to you.
Can even trigger a bit more.
And if I lose myself to, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
Let's go to a different section.
Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with you. Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with you. Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with you. Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with you.
So we see our custom Ableton build DeEsser is not that far away from the Waves DeEsser, and we can actually use that one here as well. You can always play around with the ratios, the crossovers and so on, but it kind of works pretty nicely.
Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with. Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with you. Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with.
So this is a Haas setting. We don't really need that Haas setting. We just want to get out some of those S's, and we gotta go back to the context.
And if I lose myself,
On myself, over here it sounds a bit too much, but let's go here.
And if I lose myself,
Okay, let's go back up.
and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
Okay, in those front parts, we might apply this DeEsser a bit more harsh. So I'm taking it down a bit.
Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with you. Sometimes I see, I can see, I will see we are. Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still. And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you? And if I lose myself,
Just want to get a bit of de-essing out of this part. Maybe.
and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
So let's talk about distortion. Sometimes we have a weak initial audio signal, it's lacking in power and we want to beef up its sound. Or sometimes we want to simply add frequencies that weren't part of the initial signal. So if I'm playing back a sine wave at A2 with this operator down here, we can see we have a signal at 110 Hertz up here in the spectrum analyzer, which is sitting at the end of our chain here. So whatever we are going to change on the chain will be visible up here in the spectrum. So let's say we want to add those upper harmonics in here, because right now there's not too much going on in this area. And this is when we can turn to saturators and overdrives. So Ableton comes with a built-in saturator with a dynamic tube, an overdrive distortion and a vinyl distortion, and it also has some sort of bit crusher here. And we first start with the saturator, activate the saturator and play it back. So we can immediately see what's happening. We are adding in upper harmonics to our signal. And the saturator shapes the incoming signal with one of these selected waveforms. Down here we have analog clip, soft sine and so on. It's a waveform that's applied on the signal for shaping it. Okay, so let's quickly turn to the overdrive, which is a distortion, and let's activate it and play it back. And we're also adding in upper harmonics here. And in this case, we are distorting the input signal. And by distorting the waveform, we also change its harmonic content. And this is how we introduce overtones or upper harmonics. These harmonics are whole multiples of the input signal frequency. So if we take a look, we can see this upper harmonic thing here is playing at 220. This one is playing at 330. This one down here is playing at 440. This one at 550 and so on. So they are whole multiples of our input frequency 100 Hertz. And now we can divide those upper harmonics into even and odd harmonics. Even harmonics would be 110. 220 would be an even harmonic because it's double of 110. And then another even harmonic would be 440 because it's 4 times 110. Our odd harmonics are 330, 550 and so on. The even harmonics are exactly 1 octave higher. So if we hover our mouse over the 220, we see our tone here, our pitch is A2. And if we go up to 440, we can see our pitch is A3. If we go up to 880, our pitch is A4. So these are our octaves. The odd harmonics are not octaves. In this case, we have an E3. In the case of 550, we have a C4 and so on. Generally speaking, the even order harmonics associated with distortion are perceived to be more pleasant, and odd order harmonics and inharmonic overtones are usually perceived to be unpleasant. And this is especially true if you're playing more than one note at a time, for example, a chord. Now, if we would play a chord and we would apply this type of overdrive, we would get a lot of additional upper harmonic content. And right now it's still perceived as distorted, but quite pleasant still, even if we have odd harmonics in there. But what we're taking from this explanation is we can add upper harmonics to our signal, and that's quite powerful when we're in the mixing stage and we want to have stuff that's kind of weak cut through in our mix and maybe also cut through higher frequencies. And now let's take a quick final look at some fun tool from the market you may be familiar with. There's this sausage fattener by Dada Life. And it's often used in YouTube tutorials or by popular artists to beef up their mix in the end or to fatten their sound. So let's see what it actually does. So again, if we take it down here and we take a look, we are adding odd harmonics to our signal. Okay, so in this part we're going to treat the piano sound, and we already put a low cut on it and our sidechain compressor. And now we want to treat this piano in a way that it acts more like a pad in the background. So first thing we're going to do is drag another EQ8 onto the channel behind this compressor and put it on solo quickly. And we're going to take off a bit more of this signal here with another low cut, with an even harsher low cut. Actually, what I want to do is put in a high shelf, like this. Like this. I want to do this, but we are going to do it in a subtractive EQ fashion. So we keep this signal here and we adjust all the other faders here accordingly to get this type of curve. It's basically the same thing, but it's complying to the subtractive EQ theory and techniques. So let's listen in. And we can put up the gain now just a little bit to compensate for the lost power here. And now we also want to insert a little bit of a reverb behind it to make it even more paddy. So I'm dragging reverb up on this channel here, and by default it's playing 55% wet. And if we increase the decay time here, we're getting a really trancey sort of pad. I'm pulling up high quality. Well, let's actually increase the loudness a little bit. So now it's getting very trancey, and that's not necessarily what we're looking for. So I'm taking the decay time back a bit. Maybe 120. And also I'm going to bring down this dry wet. because we have a rather dry song and the reverb should also still remain a little bit more dry. Also, in our input signal processing, we want to take out this high cut. We don't want to process any of the incoming signal. And also, we want to add a bit more diffuse, so long tail reverb in, like, reflections are the early reflections. So it's the early reverb reflections and diffusion is the long tail of the reverb. And we are going to increase that a little bit. And if I lose my All right, let's put it back into the context. And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and okay, maybe take it down a little bit for now. And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you. Now, with this EQ, I was trying to sort of boost the higher frequencies of this piano to get a bit more upper harmonics in there. We just used the subtractive EQing approach and boosted the signal later. But if we play it back again, we can see we don't have too many upper frequencies playing here with the piano. So maybe this is a good moment to introduce another concept where we put in upper harmonics on purpose with a bit of saturation, distortion, or overdrive, something like that. And an interesting technique would be using a return channel to add this sort of information into the sound of this piano. So what we're doing is we're going to set up another return channel. Right click, return track here. We can activate this one on the piano through this fader here. So let's start using this return channel and drag on a distortion. In this case, I'm using overdrive here, and we put it on the return channel, and let's just place it to something like this and see what happens if we bring it in here with this return send knob. So there it is, we already noticed the difference, and let's analyze quickly what's going on in the frequency spectrum behind this overdrive. So we don't want to introduce more of these lower frequencies. What I'm doing is I'm cutting them off. I'm searching for a good rollover frequency here. I just want to put in more of these frequencies. So somewhere here seems to be fine. And let's adjust the overdrive a little bit. So this is way too much. But we kind of like the drive, so let's take down the dry wet here. So we're using less of this overdrive effect. Let's also take down the dynamics. And bring the tone up. So it's quite heavy still. I'm taking down the dry wet. And also maybe move this a little bit further up. Well, it's actually fine like that. But what we want to do now is we want to diffuse this introduced signal also a bit more in the background. So I'm taking a reverb behind it. And again, I'm not processing the input for now. I'm putting it into high quality mode. I'm taking off the chorus. And in this case, I also want to get rid of any early reflections. So I'm taking that down. And let's quickly go onto this return track and listen to it in solo. Also increase the decay time a little bit. So we're introducing those upper paddy harmonics in the background of our panorama. And let's listen to the piano with the synth together. And well, actually our piano also has a sidechain, so I'm going to copy this sidechain onto the synth track as well, onto return channel as well. So we have a little bit of sidechain working here on this return channel with the upper harmonics as well. And let's quickly play the mix.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
We kind of want to take it back down a little bit here.
And if I
So now it's getting a bit more paddy, and it also introduces more upper harmonics here on our piano. So it's a very interesting technique using a return channel and adding a distortion effect with a bit of processing on top of your sound and then mixing it in with the synth controls here.
And if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
Now we're going to treat those pizzicato and marimbas. And our bass occupies the same positions in the groove. So we have bum, 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 and we have bum, bum, bum. It's always the same positions here. So we got to make sure we leave room for our bass in the mid frequencies because it's acting like a guitar or an instrument there. So we are kind of boosting the pizzi marimbas a bit more into the top frequencies like this. And coming back to the good practice of EQing, we rebuilt this into a subtractive EQ, something like this, maybe. Bit less here. And we can put in some gain again. Also, it sounds quite on the beat, quite mechanic. So maybe we can delay this track a bit just to have a bit late marimba sounds overall on the entire group. Sounds more interesting. Let's leave it here somewhere. A, B. I'm going to send this 10 milliseconds back or something. Sounds a bit more groovy, organic somehow. And let's try to focus on this upper note here. Something seems to be a bit odd with this note. It's a bit loud compared to the other ones, so this is actually a moment where you could pull out a compressor, or you could also pull out a dynamic EQ, like the Melda Auto EQ dynamic EQ, which is basically an EQ that is like ducking some frequencies whenever a certain threshold is reached. In this case, we can also achieve it maybe with a normal static EQ. Okay, let's try to find some cutting frequencies here. I think it's this guy. Let's try to reduce this guy a bit. Take him out. And it's still a bit direct. It's very nice and clear sound, but then again, sometimes you have your sound design right and you think, oh, this is such an amazing sound in my sound design process. And then later in the mixing stage, you actually need to make it more blurry to fit better in the mix. And I think this is one of those moments where we could try and show how we can do that. It's quite a clear sound right now. If we put on a chorus and widen it a bit before, it's getting a lot more blurry if we open up the wet, but just get it a bit more blurry into the mix and put it a bit more into the background. Okay, and two more things could be added on this sound. Maybe a bit of delay and also reverb comes to mind. Let's start with the delay and we'll set up a simple delay. Not too much. And now let's add in a bit of reverb. We already hear some reverb, and usually you should make sure you have your recordings dry and without reverb before you go to the mixing stage if you're mixing bands or something. In this case, we have the original Ableton project and we can see on our Marimba we are actually already using a reverb. So I'm taking this out of here and I'm moving it onto our group. Put this on solo again. Ableton Reverb doesn't always sound the best. There are some other nice reverb plugins. In this case, I would also enjoy the Tora Verb. But let's keep the Ableton Reverb here. I'm just removing the high cut, so we are processing all the input signal, and later we are cutting off some higher frequencies in the diffusion. A lot of people also just use reverb on their return tracks, but we kind of enjoy working with single reverbs on all those single tracks because you have a bit more freedom in that sense and you can add different types of rooms. And if we had a good reference track, this would be a good moment for me to pull out this reference track, but I think our Major Lazer reference track won't really do it here. The best one would probably be Matt Simmons' Catch and Release. If we were to play that one now, we could see how much of the Marimba can we afford, or even this Felix Jähn Ain't Nobody track would be great. How much Marimba is he using and how loud can we actually put it? You can probably afford a bit more marimba.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you. Too soon. Too soon.
Okay, so in this step we are going to edit the synth, this massive synth pad. It's mainly playing in our break part here and in this build-up part towards the third chorus, and it's also playing in this first breakdown part here. Now we are faced with a sound enhancing issue, and sometimes in mixing your original source material is lacking a bit of power. You have to beef it up basically. And when you get audio of a synth and you have to beef it up, you actually need to use a second synth and add in frequencies and width and power with that second one. That's also part of audio engineering in the mixing stage. In this case, we do have the original synth of this project and we can work inside of that synth, but you could also imagine just duplicating this track and adding more sound with a second track to it. So right now I'm opening up the original synth, and this is our instrument here. It's Massive from Native Instruments. I'm going to put it on solo quickly because it's fairly thin in the sound. And we can edit it a bit. So let's go into Massive, and the first thing we might want to add in is a couple of more voices. So right now we see we have one voice. The synth is actually just playing one voice. So let's pull it up to 4. And let's go to a part where it's opened up in the filter. And now we need to adjust the unison a bit. Let's put on the pan position and drag it wider. Okay, that's already fine. We can use an insert effect as well. Put in the parabolic shaper and check the routing. This is a bit of sound design here, but we are looking for the end result. We want a synth that sounds a bit fatter. So filter 1, that's this one. Oscillator 1 over here. Sound is created, sound is filtered here. And behind the filter, we are inserting this effect. So the shaper behind the low pass filter, put the drive up, put the wet up, see what happens. we're getting a bit more upper harmonics, we are getting a bit of clipping here. Also in our chain down here we have a reverb, and that one, the dry wet of the reverb is already mapped to this macro control here, and we can open that one up. Just a bit, we don't want too much room in there. Actually also take down the decay time just a bit. Okay, let's close it out and check what the cutoff is doing. So we have this cutoff filter here, and actually we wanted to add in this synth in the first chorus part already a bit earlier. But let's play it all together there.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you too soon?
So we are going to start the filter quite low here, and then we are driving it up a bit towards this drop into the second verse. So open it up even a bit more.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you too soon?
And we can give it a bit more power here.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you too soon?
Also, we have a low cut here, and we can check that low cut on the sum of this instrument. It's actually just moving up. It's turning this sound into this white noise that follows up here. So we want this synth to disappear in the high frequencies and then like go on in this white noise. It's a smooth transition in that sense.
And if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you too soon?
If you were to play them solo, both behind each other, it gets more obvious probably. So we have a very smooth transition there, and now we can go to this quickly to this chorus part down here and adjust those heavy changes just slightly, probably something like this. It looks a bit heavy, just have smooth transitions in there. That's what we are looking for. So like this maybe, and let's see how it sounds.
What if I lose myself to you too soon? Too soon.
We also notice this bass starts quite heavy in the volume, and we might want to adjust that one later. So we are putting that on our mixing notepad list and checking that later. Okay, and then we gotta ask a couple of EQ questions in this part.
Too soon. And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
Just want to make sure this synth doesn't cover too many low frequencies, so a bit of a lower cut here is making sure the difference between the lower mid frequencies in this break part and the ones that are playing in this chorus part is not too big. So if we play this again.
And if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you?
And now we go into this chorus part here.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
We notice This part doesn't focus too much on the lower mid frequencies, and if we beef in a lot of low mid frequencies here, it sounds like two different songs. So we want to stay consistent, and that's why I'm taking off some of the lower mids here.
And if I lose myself, what if I lose?
Because it's getting very warm and deep here, and it's actually not that deep of a song. So we keep it a bit more fluffy that way.
And if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you too soon? Too soon. Too soon. Too soon. And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself?
So now we're going to treat some of our drums and effects, and I'm starting with the clap here. So our clap.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose my...
Maybe it got lost a bit in our mix. So we are putting on a glue compressor. We're taking down the threshold and putting up the makeup a bit and see how that sounds.
myself to you, and if I lose myself.
Maybe we need to play around with the attack. The clap has some, well, it has some noise around the sound. You can see that actually here. And it's because we recorded it in our corridor, those flip-flops falling down, as we said before. And you could think of cutting this tail off here. But we're leaving it in the song. It sounds a bit more organic with those noises, and we don't like it too clean here, so we're leaving it in there, and our glue compressor actually emphasizes on those tails. But we are taking that into account, and we're just preserving a bit of the transient, moving up the attack time a tad.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
Now we're trying to mix it back in, and we are going to use the technique of listening to neighboring sounds, bringing up the sound level, and then see when we start noticing it and how we like it.
If I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
Okay, I'm going to leave it around 18 for now, and we're going to take a look at the next element. I'm selecting this hi-hat.
And if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself.
And it sounds a bit mechanic, and we're going to touch another interesting technique. We can add some vinyl distortion here and try to make the sound come out a bit more natural. So I'm selecting the vinyl distortion from Ableton, putting this one on with the preset vinyl, and let's listen in. We want to focus on the drive of this vinyl distortion, crackle back down, A/B it. So we're adding quite a bit of frequency to the sound here. If we go down and take a EQ8, you see we're bringing all this frequency back in here. It sounds less harsh that way, so let's roll a bit of this off here. And maybe have it go up above 1K. So let's see the change together. I'm grouping those two guys on off. Okay, I'm happy with that. And now I also hear a bit of a delay in there. So I'm going to put that up as well. Feedback up just a tad, left, right, simple delay, and dry wet down a bit as well. We're keeping the 4 to 6. Again, we could also work with the send delay and then just open up the send here, but let's keep it that way for now.
If I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and
so let me compare that in the mix without and with the effects.
if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
So it's very good, noticeable in this part here. Actually, we should A/B it in this way. We put in another utility just back here because we are losing a bit of volume. Let's add that back in there. Sounds so much more natural. So let's keep it in there. Move to the next part, this closed hi-hat here. It's almost a shaker sound. And it always sounds interesting to put a chorus on those guys. And make it a bit less sharp in the higher frequencies and take almost the same kind of delay we just used and put it back there. And now I'm adjusting this with the utility behind just to see the A/B. So together with the shaker and with the clap and those hi-hats all together, they sound quite natural, not too electronic basically. Okay, so we have more elements in here that need a bit of attention. For example, we have this crash in the break and, well, actually in this break here, and that one needs a bit of treatment. And we're actually going to do quite a bit on that one to make it sound a bit more interesting. Sounds like a cheap sample, so we are pulling up a reverb here. So we want the sound to be a lot longer than it is right now. I'm putting up the high quality decay time up to like something like 9 seconds. Can stay longer inside of our mix. And a nice trick of keeping your reverb longer in the track is, well, putting up the reverb and then using a compressor just behind that reverb, compressing the tail of the sound. We take down the threshold to infinity, probably. And there's our tail sounding forever, really cool. And we still notice this bit of a transient here in the beginning. It's pretty harsh. If we take down the attack time here to 0 or 0.01, so there's the transient, and here it's very smooth. And in this one we're looking for the smooth one. And now another interesting effect would be putting a sidechain compressor right behind it towards the sidechain, and you get this pumping, a bit of a pumping on this tail. And that's another reason why we need a sidechain track next to our kick, because our kick wouldn't really play here, and now we can simply take the audio from that sidechain track and get this effect in here. Such a smooth crash break effect. Now it's really nice. What do we have left here? We have a couple of things left. So this bass still needs to be adjusted in the volume automation, but first I'm going to take a look at this little fill here. I'm taking down a bit of low end here and maybe a bit of this harsh tone. This one here. So I'm choosing a bell and I'm taking it down just a bit. Doesn't really need much. It's actually a pretty perfect sample. So let's keep it the way it is. Maybe we can put a bit up in the top. That's fine already. And while we're at it, we also have this white noise here. So let's treat that one as well. White noise is not one of the most important things in your mix, but you can try to identify frequencies you don't really need, because maybe somebody is singing, for example, here, and you get this frequency masking if you don't pay close attention. So let's scroll through it.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I...
We don't need much of this white noise. We just keep it very low, and it's just in there to fill up a bit and add a bit of groove with the sidechain pump effect it has on it. Now we can move to the next element.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose
So before we enter the final sweetening to taste stage, we are revisiting our sub bass, and we are going to talk about a concept called dynamic EQ here. And we have those changes in the notes here, and like this bass note C2 is a lot louder and powerful compared to those lower frequencies here, at least in the individual perception of the sound. So we are going in and we are placing an EQ8, and there are dynamic EQs on the market, but we are going to use this Ableton EQ here, and we are going to kind of build something like a dynamic EQ. So let's play this sub bass in solo mode. You need headphones or subwoofer speakers here. Those are the frequencies we are talking about. It's getting fairly low with the other notes. So we see in the beginning we are still around, well, if we open up the spectrum, we can see it even better. 65 and around 200. Then we're walking down, and those frequencies down here, they're really being cut off later. Well, at least they're cut off just a bit on the master channel with the low cut we are going to put on the master channel. So we are going to treat those loud starting frequencies just a bit, and we are going to draw on a bell curve. I'm closing it down. And we are trying to match this sound here. This is a bit too much information because those bass notes from those higher bass tracks are already covering this frequency. So I'm going to take this down a bit. Let's look back in this. I'm not going to do it always. Just want to draw it in when this note is actually being played. So let's go in here, select the gain knob, and well, take it back to its original position, 0, and turn it down via automation, and then duplicate this envelope now. And now we just need to make sure it's not too harsh in its change down here. And now we duplicate it one more time and see how that sounds. So we made sure we have sort of a dynamic EQ on this higher frequency, around 200 Hertz of this highest bass note. Now let's put it into context.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
Sounds pretty good that way, so I'm going to duplicate the envelope again, and I'm actually going to transfer it to all the other places as well. Okay, great. So now we put in this dynamic kind of EQ here. It's actually a static EQ, but it's a simple solution for that problem. And there was another one we had in mind. In this build-up section here, all this bass group was fairly loud when it hit in.
What if I lose myself to you too soon?
So we want to prevent this extreme entry of the bass and automate the gain of the utility just a bit. So have a smoother transition.
To you too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Too soon.
So let's quickly talk about room treatment. And if you want to improve the sound in your room, for example, because you're facing resonance issues, be sure to find the right position for your, table and your left and right speakers. The position of your speakers in the room is very important. And if your room is a rectangle, so not a square, place your desk on the shorter end of the room. It's very important. Also, as mentioned before, make sure the distance to the walls, to the left side and the right side is equal. Another improvement is to place absorbers behind your right and left speakers on the wall, and also to the left of your left speaker and to the right on the wall here. These absorbers have to be placed at the height of your speakers. Keep in mind, these types of absorbers will absorb high frequencies and a bit of mid frequencies. They won't absorb lower frequencies. Generally speaking, the thicker your absorber, the deeper the frequencies it will absorb. So if you want to absorb 85 Hertz, so bass frequencies, you will more or less require an absorber of 1 meter depth. Also, be sure to place bass traps in the corners of your room, like shown here. Okay, so we're entering the stage of sweetening to taste, and we're going to make a couple of additions to our mix. And the first one will be on our pizzicato marimba group. We're playing it in the second verse without the vocals, so we have a bit more focus on the sound. And I'm soloing the group now. And you see we have timed delay times to our tempo. So we have a fourth of a note and a dotted fourth of a note, a 6 here. And now we want to try a different concept and put the timing of those delays a bit off to have them pop out a bit of the mix. So I'm taking the filter delay. You could also do it with the simple delay, but maybe we can get an interesting effect with the filter delay. I'm taking off the left, right. So we have left and right channels, and we are trying to do it in 4/6 as well. But now we are trying to figure out the actual times for 4/6 and then have it play a bit off. So I'm syncing to time, and now we have to figure out what is a fourth note in 119 beats per minute in milliseconds. So let's go to the internet, and we found the oldest page having a delay time calculator on the internet. And if you put in your beats per minute down here and you say, okay, calculate a quarter of a note for me and tell me the delay time in milliseconds, it pops out 504. Put this in here, go back and take the dotted version, calculate that one, 756. And now we can just move them a bit off grid. So we can put this one a bit earlier, maybe something like 492, and that one maybe a bit earlier, something like, well, a couple of milliseconds earlier, something like this. Let's play it. Okay, a funny effect, of course, we need to take down the volumes of both of them to, well, something less than we had. I don't like the panning out too much to the side, so let's keep it somewhere here. Okay, let's play it in context. And let's compare the simple delay and the filter delay, but also we need to pull up the utility because it's with this filter delay, it's getting a bit softer in the sound, and we want to adjust for that. So we put in a group so we can compare those guys a bit easier. Let's make it a lot louder to see the effect clear in the mix. It feels a bit early, and that drives a bit more here, and I kind of like it. As we mentioned before, so this one higher note in our plug sound, it pops out a bit compared to the other ones. So you can use a compressor again and try to solve that problem, or you just take an EQ and get a bit rid of what's happening here. So one of them's here, around this frequency. The other one is here. What's that? 1.8. So we go to 1.8. And the other one seems to be here. Let's take the bell. Okay, let's invert them. Sweetening to taste part 2, we have those vocals, and in chorus 3 they're quite obvious.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
And there's an interesting technique you can apply on vocals as well, and that's called slap delay. So let's go into the chain here. We have our self-made DeEsser still in there. I'm going to close this now so we have a bit of space, and we are going to throw on another simple delay and open up the feedback, drive it down a bit, maybe keep it up a bit so we can hear what we're doing, and we put it back to time again. And now we have very, very short delay times in milliseconds. They're really, really close to the actual sound. So let's move this down to something like 20 milliseconds. And this one to 40. So we have bam, bam. We have 2 delays right away. And it will kind of sound as if more people are singing and not everybody is totally in sync.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself.
Let's go somewhere where we only had one person singing.
And if I lose myself, 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 and if I lose myself.
Let's exaggerate the time a bit.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself.
Very, very interesting effect. So we just put in a tad of it because it's not a super electronic track in the end. It should still sound natural.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you.
So the vocal is losing a bit of its immediate presence in front of your ear. It's moving a bit more washy to the sides, just a tad, but it sounds more poppy.
And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you too soon? What if I lose myself to you too soon?
We can also think of adding a bit of a synth reverb for our claps or some of our drum parts to add a bit more depth to them. If we play back here, we're going to add in another return track and pull up another reverb here and well, put up the dry wet all the way. Decay time down to a bit less than a second and quality up, of course. And we are not going to process the input or put a chorus on the output. We just leave it that way. Maybe decrease the size. And now let's go in and plug this into our clap sound. To call this drums reverb. So we are hiding them a lot more in the mix if we pull up this synth reverb and we are placing them deeper inside of it. We can probably do a bit less of that. It's just an option.
Sometimes I'm lying, I'm just lying, I'm still lying here with you. Sometimes I'm dying, I'm still dying, yes I die here with you. Sometimes I feel, I can feel, I will feel you're the one. Sometimes I see, I can see, I will see we are one. And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you too soon? Myself to you, and if I lose myself, What if I lose myself to you too soon? Too soon. Too soon. Too soon. And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you? And if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, and if I lose myself to you, and if I lose myself, what if I lose myself to you too soon?
So now we're entering the mastering stage and we have our mix prepared. A good mix is always the base for your mastering stage. If you have big issues and errors in your mixing stage, it's quite hard to solve those issues in the mastering stage. For example, heavy frequency masking or a sub bass that's a lot louder than your kick, or some other frequencies that are interfering too much. It's really hard to get this stuff right in the mastering stage because you cannot go back and adjust the individual tracks. You only work with the sum of your tracks. Okay, so we are starting with a low cut on our master channel. And as we talked before, we are going to select this harsh low cut. We are going to put it somewhere around 36 Hertz. Human perception of bass frequencies, of low frequency, starts around 18 Hertz, and most speakers don't even show those frequencies. Also, if you have those frequencies playing too loud, you get a lot of resonance, and we're just making sure we take out movement we are not looking for with this low cut. And now we're going to put it into mid-side mode and take even more lows out on the side of our lower frequencies in the panorama, so we can roll off the stereo bass signal here because we won't hear it and we don't want to use up this space in our productions. And the next element we are going to put in is a glue compressor. We are trying to catch peaks, if any peaks are left in our mix. Unwanted peaks. We're pulling up the glue compressor. Actually, there is already a preset inside of that one. It's called Catch Peaks. Let's load this in here, and you see we have a very short attack time. It's 0.01 milliseconds, so the shortest you can possibly imagine. The release time is also quite short. It's around 100 milliseconds, and the ratio is up at 10. And now we are trying to find and catch some of those peaks. So let's move up the threshold. I'm going to make up a bit for this gain reduction with the makeup here. If you look at the moment when this needle is moving, it's the kick, it's the clap, and a bit of the bass. Or could be the marimba as well. Okay, another thing we like doing on a mastering chain is, well, adding a bit of punch back into our track. So I'm loading up another compressor. I'm putting it to this view here, activity view, putting down the threshold. And well, it's important to select the right attack time here. So we want to add in a bit of punch. So let's select an attack time that leaves room for early transients, like very early transients, and doesn't keep moving too much. So we put the release somewhere around, let's leave it around 50. Well, turn down the threshold and see if we can exaggerate the effect. I'm leaving the makeup for now. Okay, we are clipping already, so I'm putting down the makeup. And if we exaggerate it, let's listen what happens. You see how it's kind of placing chunks in there and it's pumping those chunks up and down. So we have this punchy kind of effect, but we want just a little bit of that. So we move the threshold back up. I wouldn't put in more than this. It starts sounding unnatural if we put more. I'm going to the next step, which is another compressor adding sustain. So short parts are going to be played out a bit longer if we add a bit more sustain. And we pull up the attack time and we keep a longer release time here. So maybe go up to something like 160 milliseconds. So we calculated those milliseconds before. This is like third part of a fourth note. So just to know what we are doing here. And we are opening up activity view again and putting down the threshold a bit. The application is quite heavy. I'm taking it down a bit. It warms everything up just a bit, and that's quite a nice effect. We can go on and add in the next element. So sometimes you're adding in this final touches EQ because through all this compression, sometimes you're losing a bit of bass punch because compressors usually start taking out a bit of bass information or reducing the amplitude in the bass. So you could add in a bit of punch with this final touches EQ. And the last element in our chain right here will be a limiter. So we're looking for the limiter. There it is. And drag it in. And now we can see how much we can increase the gain. In this area you can see the gain reduction, and we're trying to stay moderate. So we are putting up a bit of gain here, but we are not crunching it up all the way. So this would be adding in a simple mastering chain with Ableton effects. So when finished with mixing, we have our overall arrangement view here, and we are selecting the entire track with our locators, leaving a bit of room for some reverb tails in the end. And we are entering the exporting stage of the process. So export audio in this case, and we are selecting our rendered track from the master. We could also select individual tracks or selected tracks, but we want the master in this case. And we are starting at bar 37, ending at, well, 94 bars later. And we are not rendering as loop. If you were to render as loop, reverb tails would be added in at the start of your audio as well. So you could play them as loop always. So let's go into the audio section here. We have two file types in Ableton, AIFF and WAV. Those are the standard high quality file types. And then below that we have sample rate and bit depth and dithering. We are going to talk about this in a minute. You can activate if you want an analysis file with your exported audio or not. That makes a bit more sense when you're loading it back into Ableton later to play it live or something. If you activate normalize, it will look for the peak in your overall track and set that one to 0 decibels and adjust everything else accordingly. We can also activate to convert everything into mono. For example, if we are making a club track and we want to play tonight in the club and we know they only have a mono system, we activate convert to mono and don't take any prisoners. SoundCloud uploading and video encoding something else. So let's take a look at sample rate. We can select sample rates from 22K to up to 192K, and the standard sample rate here is 44K. So let's take a closer look at what sample rate actually means. Now, in the analog world, if we have an audio signal, it's a continuous signal. It never really stops. It doesn't contain any chunks. It's just continuous. And if you zoom in, you will get always a line because it's infinitely connected. But in the digital world, if we change this analog signal into digital, we have to put it into chunks. And our sample rate just tells us how many of these little chunks are we putting into 1 second. So if we have a sample rate of 44,000, like the one we had selected by default in Ableton, what happens is we have 44,000 tiny bits of audio information from our song inside of 1 second. And it looks like this. Of course, a lot more crowded than this. Now, when do we want to set our sample rate to a higher value? Let's say we recorded a vocal at a speed of 100 BPM and later we are planning on using that vocal on a slower song, maybe with 70 BPM. Then we have to time stretch that vocal. And if we stretch 1 second of recorded audio into, let's say, 2 seconds because we want to play it slower, what happens is we need more chunks of information inside of this 1 second to stretch it out into 2 seconds in order to have some really lossless feeling of that recording. So we need more information inside of 1 second than the ear actually can perceive if we play it at the normal speed. Because to the human ear, a sample rate above 50K sounds perfectly continuous, and additional information placed in there is not differentiable for your ear. It starts getting differentiable, however, if we play it slower and we have less information in 1 second. So let's go back to the selections in Ableton. So taking another look at the sample rates here. So if we want to use our audio later and warp it to very slow beats per minute, for example, we would select something higher here. But that also would require we have our initial recording in a higher sample rate. So if we move on to bit depth here, we have a selection of 16, 24 and 32. And see, if we select 16, down here we can select different dithering options. And if we go up to 32, this is grayed out. We cannot select any dithering anymore. But going back to 16 and 24, we can select different modes. So bit depth has a lot to do with dithering. And let's go a bit into detail. When we talk about dithering, it's a bit about what are you going to do with the audio after exporting. Are you planning any further processing? For example, are you going to send it to a mastering engineer? If so, always render it to 32-bit and avoid the complete issue of dithering at this stage. We are completely avoiding it. Always 32, send it out to mastering. If not, if we are finished and we are not going to process any further in our audio, we can go to lower values than 32-bit and choose a dithering mode. We actually have an article on our website covering dithering, but in general, dithering adds a small amount of noise to rendered audio and tries to minimize artifacts when reducing the bit depth. What dithering does is when we are working at lower bit rates than 32, for example with 16-bit or even 8-bit, you can't put all the available audio information into the file because there's simply not enough space. And that's when it can happen that you have tiny steps between audio information, and dithering tries to cover them by entering a little bit of noise into those tiny steps to make sure they're smoothened out. And now there are different dithering modes. For example, in Ableton, the triangular mode is selected by default. It's sort of the safest mode if any additional processing is planned. So it's not an optimal world, but if you're going down to 16 bits, for example, and you're planning more processing, and this is the only option you have, go with triangular. Rectangular enters a smaller amount of added noise, but you're paying with an additional quantization error. And those POW-R modes are stepwise higher amounts of dithering, but with the noise pushed above the audible range. So POW-R modes should never be used before mastering. Also, you should only apply dithering once to an audio file. Some limiters like Waves L2 run with dithering activated by default, and in this case, well, if you're planning on doing it yourself, be sure to turn it off. So you see, going back to Ableton, for example, if we have 16-bit selected, we can dither rectangular, which is the safest way if we are continuing to work with the audio, which we shouldn't, but if we are doing so, we are doing it that way. And then you have those triangular POW-R 1, 2, 3 that are gradually entering more noise to your audio file. In this case, we would like to send it to an external mastering engineer, and we be sure we don't select any dithering, 32, and we're going to export our file and send it over. So let's quickly sum up and note down some key takeaways from this course. Regarding EQing, we learned to rather cut than boost, and thereby to avoid an upward spiral of boosting. Instead, we are cutting the less important element because we learned about the phenomenon of frequency masking. So whenever two elements are lying in the same frequency and we want to push one to cut harder through, we are cutting the less important one. Also, we learned if we are boosting wide, and if we are cutting, we're trying to cut narrow. We learned to use shelf filters before peak filters, and peak filters and shelf filters before notch filters. And to take your mixing game a bit further, we included this overview for your EQing into those slides here. Print it out, hang it on your wall. Feel free to use it as a guidance. So what are our key takeaways for compression? We kind of prefer to take off the makeup gain and bring the output up by ourselves to have a clearer view of the actual change we are achieving with the compressor. Also, while working with the compressor, we figured to exaggerate our threshold to find our attack and release settings, and then take the threshold gradually back until we reach the state of perfect compression. Also, we applied a lot of sidechain compression. In mixing, it's used to gain room, for example, in lower frequencies, and not to add a noticeable sidechaining effect in there. Then we were using parallel compression, which is giving us the best of two worlds. One, we can keep dynamics of the initial signal while adding the punch of a compressed signal. So best of two worlds with parallel compression. Also, we learned that compressors are more sensitive to lower frequencies because they're simply louder and compressors start to react on them. And that's why a low cut EQ placed before a compressor is sometimes really helpful. Of course, you can also use multiband compressors to work around this problem. And talking about some general mixing key takeaways, we talked about using reference tracks when mixing to be sure we are not working in our own individual and subjective bubble. You should give yourself the rule that you will never put a limiter on your master while you're still mixing, which is just going to distort your judgment. Also, try to avoid falling into the louder sounds better trap. Very important point, sounds don't have to sound good when played in solo, they have to sound good in the context of the mix. So sometimes we are cutting off elements of a sound that in solo played actually sound great. In our mixing process, at the beginning, we were always asking ourselves, like, what is the musical idea of the song? Is it a rather vocal-based song? Or is the principal idea of your song rather lying in the instrument areas, for example, in the bass or something? In the next step, you're trying to figure out what is the most important section, chorus or verse or peak point of your song and start mixing from there. And in this most important section, you're trying to find your most important instruments like guitars or vocals or kicks or something, and then you work your way down through all the other elements. And then again, you work your way down to less important sections of your song until you're finished. Also, be sure to check your mix for phasing issues from time to time. And for example, if you're using the Waves Path Analyzer, just check the anti-phases and be sure you're not introducing too much of that, especially in the lower frequencies. And be sure to keep your most important song elements and instruments mainly present in the mono area and check for that from time to time. You can simply place a utility on your master channel and reduce the stereo width knob and then listen back and check if you're losing relevant song information like hi-hats, vocals, pads, whatever you're placing in your stereo spectrum. Because if you listen to commercial productions, they are often superbly distributed around the mono area already, such that you hardly lose anything when switching back and forth between stereo and mono. And you should also try to apply that on your own productions. And also, we gained a lot of background knowledge in the subjects of phase cancellation, why we have to mono our bass, how to treat our rooms and position our speakers, how our ears sense direction and distance of sounds. We learned about the Haas effect and the law of the first wavefront. We took a look at the Fletcher-Munson curve and learned to pay attention to our mixing volumes. We learned why we perceive sound in stereo. We learned basics about compression, distortion, dithering, and exporting. And finally, when mixing, we gotta accustom ourselves to be patient and also give our ears a chance to learn over time. So let's take a look at a little bit of theory on how our ears sense the direction of sound. So we have 3 indicators for the direction of sound: timing, volume, and frequency. Let's take a look at timing. When a sound comes from the right, the distance to your right ear is slightly shorter than the distance to your left ear. And it's quite amazing. We are talking about less than milliseconds and our brain is still able to tell the difference. Volume, that one is a bit more obvious. A sound will be perceived louder where it's closer to your ear. That makes sense. So if something is louder on your right than on your left, you have the feeling the direction of the sound is coming from the right. Frequency. If a sound is further away, high frequencies get absorbed easier. So for example, if you put an object in front of one of your tweeters or a hand, so tweeters are your high frequency parts of your monitors. If you're sitting in front of your monitors, just use your hand and place it in front of the tweeter and listen how the sound immediately feels further away on that side. And also it's quite interesting, when a sound comes from one side, your head blocks a portion or frequency of that sound for the other side. So if we apply this theory to our practical work in the studio and we want to make a sound or recording appear to sit more on the right of our panorama, what we can do is we can work with timing, make that sound appear a bit more early on the right than on the left. Also, make sure it sounds a bit louder on the right compared to on the left. Sometimes we're using the panning knob for achieving this matter. And we're also treating the frequency. If we want to have it appear on the right of a panorama, we can cut a little bit of the higher frequencies on the left-hand side and give a perfect illusion of the sound coming from the right. Okay, So let's take a look at how our ears sense the distance of a sound. And we have 3 factors that determine the way you perceive the distance of a sound. One is the frequency response, then we have the amount of reverb, and we have the amount of pre-delay. So, frequency response. Higher frequencies carry less energy than low ones, so they are easier absorbed by objects in the environment, and they're losing their amplitude faster compared to lower frequencies. For example, if you listen to an approaching car, you're not hearing much high frequencies. What you hear is this lower frequent raw sound of the car engine. Amount of reverb. If you have far off sounds, they mostly reach you through reflections of multiple surfaces they've been touching on the way to your ear. For example, walls, ceilings, cars, or whatever was standing in their way. And reverb is like many small delays arriving one after another. Amount of pre-delay? The pre-delay is the time gap between the first arrival of direct sound or signal and the first arrival of reflected sound, something that bounced back from the wall, for example. If you're standing in front of me talking to me, I have a direct sound from your voice and your mouth to my ear. And then I have a reflected sound of your voice that reflected from the wall next to us back into my ear. And if you're standing closer to me, the direct way of the signal from your mouth to my ear is shorter than the way that it takes through reflecting from the wall. And we have a difference between the arrival of those 2 sounds, and this is what we call pre-delay. So if we turn this around and we try to take a practical example, if we want to place a sound that was sounding quite near to us and we want to take it into the background, what we do is we try to roll off the pre-delay, we try to add in a little bit more amount of reverb, and we try to cut some higher frequencies.
Alright, so let's talk about frequency masking. It's a psychological effect and it affects our perception when we are listening to a mix of instruments or a track. For example, we have frequency masking when the spectrum above 5 kHz gets filled up by a loud cymbal sound and at the same time we are playing a vocal part along. That one will be perceived less well around that frequency range because that loud cymbal sound is masking the vocal. And that will happen even if the vocals themselves sound nicely bright in solo mode and appear to be perfect in the mix. So let's quickly look at a graphic illustrating that problem. I made a sketch here and let's say we are playing a sound around 700 Hz here. That's the sound, the main sound, the first main element we are playing. Now let's say we are playing several other instruments that are lying quite closely to that in the neighborhood frequencies here. And we are trying to focus on listening to those sounds next to this main element. For example, we have a sine wave playing something here. And now we have other pads or something playing quite closely to it. This is our frequency here, and this is the loudness or the amplitude of the signal. Now, there's a phenomenon called the human hearing curve, and it's basically showing us how much do we have to bring that neighborhood sound up until we actually hear it. And it's quite a bit. So if we have this element playing at 700 Hz and we are trying to be able to listen to that secondary element close by, we have to bring it up that loud here. The other one has to be actually already that loud. If it would be somewhere here or here, we wouldn't be able to differentiate it from this sound here and simply not hear it. And if we take a look at this from a mixing perspective now, sometimes we wouldn't necessarily mix elements that are lying here that loud because they might not really have their strengths in those areas. But sometimes in mixing you have to adjust for those sorts of effects. So going back to the previous slide, even if individual instruments already sit well enough in the mix, we have to interfere to deal with this masking effect. So talking about the cymbal and the vocal again. In short, it doesn't necessarily help to make every individual instrument sound fantastic. Sometimes we need to change the frequency balance of a secondary instrument to a less desired setting in order to achieve the best possible mix. Alright, and let's quickly look at a practical example with this frequency masking problem, and I'm going to show you how I solved it. So we have this project here, it's a future bass track, and I have a plug sound playing here, and at the same time I'm playing a riser. Let's first listen to this riser and take a look at the frequency spectrum here. And I'm quickly taking this compressor off. So you see it really fills up the frequency range because it pitches through it. And now we play this plug sound in solo mode. And now let's play them together. And sometimes this plug sound disappears a bit because that riser effect is passing by very prominently in those frequencies. So right here, it's very difficult to make this riser stand a bit behind the plug because my main instrument is the plug. I want to be able to hear the plug always. And now, since this riser is just wandering around the frequency range, what I did wasn't adjust the EQ. I actually sidechained a compressor here and took the signal from the plug, and whenever the plug is hitting, so you see bum, 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 we are sidechaining and ducking the riser a little bit to leave room for the plug. So let's see what it looks like. Alright, and let's listen to the riser solo with the sidechain applied. In the overall perception, you don't really notice it, but it really leaves room for the plug sound. It's not masking it anymore. Alright, so let's talk about subtractive versus additive EQing. There's an ongoing debate about this subject, and for example, there's a group of people stating that you should try to more or less always perform subtractive EQing when mixing your tracks. And there's another group of people saying, well, it doesn't really make a difference. But let's not dive too deeply into this debate. Instead, I'm going to quickly talk about when we are using subtractive EQing and when we are using additive EQing. So we are using subtractive EQing to cut out elements we don't want or don't need when we are trying to clean up frequencies that are being occupied by more instruments or sounds. We are trying to figure out which instrument we want to make stand out and perform a cut on the other ones in that area. Also, we are using subtractive EQing when we are trying to cut off harsh sounding resonances on any sound, like we did in the practical mixing part of this course, for example. And also, sometimes we are using subtractive EQing to avoid running into the louder is better trap. Because sometimes if we are boosting an element to make it stand out in the mix, we will immediately perceive it as better sounding because it's just louder. But instead, if we apply subtractive EQ, we are cutting the other elements to make that one element stand out and achieve a better balance in our mix. So let's take a look at additive EQing. When do we use additive EQing? For example, when we are working on our sound designs, then it's totally fine to boost up ranges we want to make stand out. And also in the mixing stage, sometimes we use additive EQing to add a little bit of extra nuances here and there to make one sound stand out, but we are not boosting like crazy there. And also, sometimes we use additive EQing when we are using an EQ plugin, for example, one modeled after an analog EQ, that adds a certain color to the sound. So something brighter, something rumbling that was added in by the EQ. Then we are trying to use it as well. So let's quickly go into the practicals again. For example, in this future bass track here, you can see I have an arpeggio sound, which should have its main focus in those frequencies between 1 kHz, but mainly between something around, if we open this up, something around 2 kHz to 5 kHz here. And you could perform a boost here and leave all the other elements untouched. But what we are doing here is we are using subtractive EQing to cut off all the lows to make room for other elements. And we are also cutting off higher frequencies here to make room for higher sounds. So we are just occupying this space here. Because the lows should be occupied by our bass. And our LFO lead sound is occupying mids and highs.
So now we've loaded up a snare sample on this upper track here, and below that we again have our recorded output track. Let's quickly play the snare sound. Okay, and we also have a compressor down here, and it didn't do anything at the moment because the threshold was back up at 0 decibels, so no treatment. Even if the ratio was at 2:1, we didn't compress anything. And now we want to take down the threshold to start working with our compressor, and we're going to take a closer look at attack and release times over here. And these two knobs, whenever we are talking about them, we are talking in milliseconds. So now we have a little bit of compressed signal here, or quite a lot of compression already. And you see the overall level went down, especially for the tail of that snare. There's actually a little bit of transient still preserved, and the tail has gotten a lot quieter. And we can actually make up for this gain loss with our output. Now what we see is this heavy spike here in the beginning. So we still have this transient in there. And this is due to the fact that we have an attack time of 2 milliseconds. Now what does that mean? If we hover over the attack time, it tells us in the info view on the left, the attack time sets how long it takes to reach maximum compression once the signal exceeds the threshold. Now, our threshold is at -30. The signal of our incoming audio reaches the threshold immediately because it's louder than -30 decibels. It's quite loud here. So it
now waits another 2 milliseconds until the compression fully kicks in. And this is how we are getting a little bit of a transient here in the beginning of our output audio. So in other words, if we go back into our compressor below and adjust our attack time to something like 0 milliseconds or as close as possible to 0, we should get rid of those spikes. And this is exactly what happens here. So now we have a piece of audio that has a lot less dynamics. So in this case, we have a short attack and also quite a short release time. So what is the release time? The release time controls how quickly or slowly the level returns back to uncompressed or no compression after the signal falls back below the threshold. So basically that means whenever the input audio went down to a point where it was quiet enough to not exceed the threshold anymore, we are taking another 30 milliseconds until we completely stop compressing. We will return to the concept of release in a couple of seconds. So now in our example with a short attack time and still quite a short release time, we are mainly reducing the level of the transient here in the beginning of the waveform. And the second effect is we are emphasizing a bit more on the tail of the sound. If we listen back to the audio, now since we've removed the transient, like this part, it's a bit more evened out. It appears to be more focusing on the swooshy end part of the snare. So it kind of emphasizes on this tail, but actually it only does appear to be doing that because the transient in the beginning is tamed or attenuated. Now the second option we want to try out is take a fairly slow attack time and a fairly long release time. I'm increasing our ratio a little bit as well here. And I'm increasing the output signal. And let's A/B it to hear the difference. So what happens when you have a short attack and a slower release, the overall level will be reduced and the peaks are relatively quieter compared to the tail parts. So it doesn't look that steep anymore here. It looks a little bit flatter here. As mentioned, the peaks are relatively quieter compared to the tail parts. So let's go in there and increase the attack time. So in order to increase the attack time, I'm taking down the output level a little bit, or else it will be getting a bit too loud. Because as you see, what happens if we increase the attack time and we remain at a quite fairly long release time with such a threshold, we are getting those transients back in. And what happens is we're reducing the level of the sustain with our compression. Everything after the 7th, 8th millisecond something is heavily being reduced, taking down the tail of that snare drum. By that, we also emphasize on the transient of the snare. So if we A/B this quickly, you notice how the transient starts to show up. And sometimes that's maybe useful if you have like transients that you want to have cutting through your mix. And this is a possible technique to use. So before we are applying this knowledge about compressors on a more practical example, let's quickly sum up what we just did. We learned with a fast attack and a fast release, we are reducing the level of the transient or the initial spike you see at the beginning of the waveform. In the second example, we had a fast attack and a slow release, and the overall level of the snare was reduced. In the third example, the one I just showed you, we had a slow attack, so we had a couple of milliseconds of attack before actually kicking in the full compression, and we had a slow release, so a longer release time, something about 200 milliseconds, and we reduced the level of the sustain at the tail of the snare drum, and by that we sort of emphasized on the transient. Now here's a little overview of important controls on our compressor and the values we can dial in. For example, we talked about ratio before. We are getting light signal reduction with a ratio of 2:1, moderate reduction with 4:1, and more or less heavier reduction with everything that's higher than 8 or 10 or 20, 50 or infinity is very heavy reduction. Actually, we said infinity to 1 is working like a limiter. With the attack, we saw that we can use short attack times if we want to catch transients. If we want our transients to cut through, we're using longer attack times, something around 10 maybe, to give our transients 10 milliseconds of time to cut through. And with our release, we were playing around with values around 50 to 60 milliseconds in the beginning, and then we increased it up to something like 200 milliseconds. But this is highly dependent on the input audio source you're using. If you're using higher frequent audio, it's better to use shorter release times. And if we go down into our bass frequencies, we're using longer release times. And that's due to the fact that lower frequencies have longer waveforms. Okay, so let's take a more real-life example. We are loading up a loop up here on this track, and we have another compressor already loaded up on that loop. And again, we have our recorded output down here. And we see we have quite a bit of dynamics inside of this loop. We have quite loud elements in the beginning, and then we have this little bongo thing here, which is a bit quieter. Also, our offbeat hi-hats in these positions appear a bit too quiet compared to our kick sound in the beginning. So if we take this quite dynamic loop and place it into our track, we are facing the problem that quieter parts will be sort of eaten up by other elements of the track. For example, this quiet part here would have problems to stand out. So in order to have these parts stand out as well, not only the kick, we need to make these parts louder without further increasing the loudness of those most prominent parts of the loop. And this is where we are using a compressor again. So we are using a ratio of 5:1. We have a release time of 100 milliseconds, so moderate release time, and a very short attack time at the moment. And now I'm dragging down the threshold to kick in the compression. So let's take a threshold of -17 to emphasize on what we're doing. Since everything has been quite substantially reduced here, I'm putting up the output gain of our compressor. So now it's very visible what happened. For example, here with this last bit of audio, you can see it compared to this part up here, it's a lot louder, while the kicks still remain more or less equally loud to those ones up here. If we A/B this quickly, we can note the difference.
So we are getting more flat dynamics, like in our first example at the beginning of this tutorial. So let's go even further and take the shortest possible attack. And you see, right now, we've taken out a lot of the dynamics in this sample down here, and it's very, very flat. Now, if we bring gradually more attack into this loop, we're adding in more dynamics. Like our transients are cutting a lot better through the mix now, and the loop appears to have more punch. So now this is a pretty extreme setting for such a loop. We can still go back and A/B this to the original version. And now let's set up a more realistic setting for changing this dynamic loop into a more evened out version. So now we have a more even version of this loop, as you can see and hear. Like the comparison, if we A/B this, playing it with and without the compressor, is fairly obvious now. Let's do it again. We have those high dynamics here. With the original one, we barely hear those bits in the end of the loop, but we heavily hear the kick and this kick and the clap here. And in this part, it sounds a lot more evened out if we put the compressor back in. So if we A/B those two loops here with the compressor, we perceive the second loop a lot louder. Because our ears are more sensitive to the average loudness than to noticing differences in peaks. And let's quickly check that in an analyzer, like how much louder is it actually? We have a peak meter here, and this peak meter says we are peaking at around minus 4.8 decibels with our compressed loop. And now I'm taking off the compression, and we can check that for our initial source loop. And actually, as you can see, the source loop with minus 3.4 decibels is is a lot louder still than the second loop. But if we listen back to the second one, and we can even still increase it a little bit in the output. Like, for example, 1 decibel would be possible here. Minus 3.5 for the source, and something like minus 3.6 for the compressed loop. And actually that compressed loop sounds a lot louder to our ear than the other one. And as mentioned, this is due to the fact that our ears are more sensitive to average loudness than to peaks. And what we are measuring here is peaks. And due to this average loudness perception, compressors are mostly mentioned when we are talking about adding loudness, which is kind of counterintuitive because in the beginning we are always reducing the gain. But in the end we are bringing the average signal up even further, and this is the adding loudness part. Alright, so let's take a quick look at a couple of compressors. We have a guitar sample here. And down here we have our typical Ableton compressor used throughout this tutorial. Next to that one we have the glue compressor, which is also part of Ableton. Now, depending on what you're working with, you will experience differences between the controls available in different compressor plugins. But if we compare the glue compressor to the standard Ableton compressor, we are able to find all the controls we talked about in this tutorial also in the glue compressor. So quickly, if we search for our threshold, which was here, we can find it here. And I'm actually going to throw it on. And in this case, it works by dragging down this knob. And this meter shows the gain reduction. We have our attack up here. In this case, we don't have a seamless attack knob, but we have different stages. The same thing is true for the release knob, but this one is slightly different from this release knob because here we are talking about milliseconds, and here you can see those 0.1, 0.2 values, and we are talking in seconds. So the smallest amount of release you can use is actually 100 milliseconds. And for the ratio, it's the same thing. We have 3 stages of ratio. The ratio of 2:1, 4:1, 10:1. So it's not as seamless as it is in this standard Ableton compressor. We had this output control here, which is basically the makeup here. And the standard Ableton compressor, we haven't talked about that before, but it actually also has a makeup knob here that compensates automatically for your gain reduction. The Ableton built-in limiter and other limiters are basically also compressors, but featuring a ratio of infinity to 1. So they're cutting off all the audio signal above the threshold. It doesn't have an attack knob because the attack is set to 0 milliseconds. And if we increase the gain here, this is basically input gain you're affecting the threshold with. So you can't adjust the threshold, but you can adjust the input gain you're sending into the threshold, which is just working the other way around. So basically what's happening here is you're setting the input gain that you're going to affect your threshold with, because your threshold here is fixed. There's no threshold knob like in this compressor, but it's just turned the other way around. You're not taking the threshold down, but you're taking the signal up. For example, you could also take it down, but the threshold is fixed and you're pushing your input signal into the threshold. Let's quickly do this. Now we have reduction taking place here. And this concept of pushing the input signal into the threshold to affect the signal through this limiter or compressor can also be found in many old compressors and analog compressors. Now let's turn this off and move to the next compressor, which is basically the CLA 2A.
And that is an emulation of an analog compressor. And as we can see here, we only have those two controls, gain and peak reduction. And over here we can switch the display mode from gain reduction to input and output. And also we have one knob here telling us to switch between limiting and compressing. So this more or less is our ratio. We can switch from having it in compressor mode to having it in limiter mode, which should be nearly infinity or something, or a very harsh ratio. And this would be more a smooth compressing ratio. So as you can see, we don't have any attack and release controls. That's because inside of this compressor, attack and release times are fixed. What we have is our peak reduction, which is basically our threshold. So let's put this on. So you see we have gain reduction working here, and this gain knob on the left hand side is our makeup. It would be this knob in this case, or our output gain knob down here. So I'm putting that up. Let's take a look at a technique called Multiband Side-Chaining. What we have here is a recorded audio bass sound from a bass guitar, but it still lacks a bit of low end. So what we could do now is we could try to boost the low end, for example, by putting on an EQ onto this recorded bass sound. And boost lower frequencies like that, for example. By the way, we are going to talk about Subbass in this part, so be sure to wear headphones or listen on a good subsystem. So one technique would be adding in low end on this sound. But we want to take a look at a different technique that's called Multiband Side-Chaining, and in this case what we are doing is we're adding in a second layer. And as you can see down here, I've already exported the MIDI information from this recorded bass and placed it onto a MIDI channel down here. So actually this one is playing upwards, but I took it down one octave, so it's not bum, but it's bum, but it's one octave lower. And let's go back on this track, and on this MIDI track we've loaded up an instance of the operator, and we just put in a sine wave. And I also have an EQ playing here. Let's turn this one off for now and just have this clean sine wave. So I'm soloing this track. So we have a clean bass sound. And if I go in there, we can still decide on the octave we want to play. So right now I'm playing the C1, G1 octave, but we can also go down one octave. Now you should have a really lower system to be able to listen to this. Now this is definitely missing from this recording, and we could add it in below this recorded sound. But we're going to take it one octave higher for now, so it's easy noticeable on many devices. And we are going to play it together with the recorded bass. So now we have a little bit of recorded bass in the lower frequencies. So if we drag an EQ back on here, we have a little bit of this recorded bass here in the lower frequencies. And additionally, we have this operator sine wave in the lower frequencies. I can quickly drag another EQ in here so we see a little bit more.
and the recorded bass again. And now it would be nice to split it up. And there's several ways of doing that. Since this tutorial is about multiband side-chaining, this is what we're going to do. Let's take the Ableton multiband compressor here, multiband dynamics, and load it up on the recorded bass sound, so on our initial audio. And we're opening up this arrow here, activate sidechain, and now we're looking to take this added bass track as trigger. It's actually here. Well, at least we have some signal here, so that's already a good sign. And now what we want to do is we don't want to affect high frequencies in this band, mid frequencies in this band. So we only want to affect the lowest frequencies on this recorded bass sound. So what I'm doing is I'm leaving those controls untouched, so there's no compression happening on higher and mid frequencies. I'm only going to focus on lower frequencies here. And if we go to the above section here, we can actually select our threshold and our ratio for this lowest band of the multiband compressor. So let me quickly dial in a ratio of 1 to 2, or well, actually 2 to 1, something like this. And now take the threshold down and see when it starts reacting. So it's already moving. And I'm going to increase the ratio here. And let's actually solo our recorded bass to perceive the difference. So immediately we're losing a little bit of power in our bass. And actually what I want to do is I want to go up a little higher with the band. So our lowest band now reaches up to 190 Hertz. So with this sample, now we are focusing on the more guitar-like parts and we're leaving room for sub bass. Maybe this is a little bit too harsh, so let's bring it back down to some more moderate levels. And now we can go ahead and go to this added bass track again. Listen in. And actually we can take off a little bit of those higher frequencies here. There are many ways of doing that. For example, we can just like roll off high end like that. For example, and with our frequency we could like pick it up at 190 Hertz, just where we started, or just where we stopped playing lower frequencies on that recorded bass. Okay, so let's play them together. Just recorded bass. And we could even smoothen this attack a little bit here. It seems to kick in quite heavily in the sub bass with the attack, so if we tame the attack down a little bit. So we have the capability of adding in a waveform supporting our recorded bass sound. Speaking of multiband side-chaining, we can actually solo this recorded bass here and play it. And you see I have a kick up here. So let's play this kick together with the recorded bass. Sometimes you want to leave some clean space for your kick, but avoid a complete pumping sidechaining effect on your entire sound. For example, the mid frequencies and the higher frequencies. Now, right here we have a kick that doesn't really have too many high frequencies because we actually already rolled them off. So what we want to do is we want to be sure the kick cuts through in the lower frequencies without being interfered too much by our recorded bass sound. So usually what we are doing is we're adding in a sidechain like another compressor with the input from the kick and then drag down the ratio and the threshold. We have this pumping effect. I exaggerated a lot right now, but just wanted to be sure we are able to listen to it. It's there already a lot earlier. Well, so maybe we don't really need that in all our frequencies. So let's take a multiband compressor, deactivate the sidechain, and activate the sidechain here. Audio input from our kick again. And now we are taking the threshold and the ratio up a little bit, maybe 3 or 4 to 1. And the ratio needs to look for the kick. Also, we need to take a look at the attack. Now, right now, our attack is at 50 milliseconds. That's pretty late. So let's bring it down to something like 2 or something. Or even shorter than that. And also, the release needs to go down to more moderate levels. So now we are ducking this bass in the lowest frequencies here, but we kind of have to still adjust the rollover frequency from low to mids. For example, if I go really up there, you notice the pumping effect again on the mid frequencies. So this is a possible solution to this issue, and of course it should sound even more interesting if we take out this multiband dynamic artifact that was inserted from the added bass here. So I'm taking that off. So the lowest part of our bass kicks in late with a little bit of sidechain compression. Now if we quickly go back to our added sub bass down here and we take another look and play it in solo, and we take off this EQ for now. So sometimes you're on speakers in your kitchen, in your bathroom, you're listening from your iPhone or your tablet, and sub bass doesn't really cut through on those devices. It will sound great on a festival sound system or on a really good club sound system, but it will be hard to perceive on an average sound system that you're using to listen to your music on a daily basis. So what we can do is we can add some upper harmonics to our sub to be sure it cuts through in higher frequencies as well, and thereby gets more noticeable. For that purpose, we can use another waveform. For example, the square wave would be possible. Saw waves, of course, are also possible. Those waves always have more higher frequencies. In this case, we are using a triangle, also making sure we have more higher frequencies. I'm loading a fresh EQ8 onto this one so we can follow the spectrum here. We can actually go down by 1 octave now because it's easier to hear that thing. So we still have some upper harmonics here, and we can even emphasize on them with a little bit of saturation, which is always very handy in mixing. A little bit of saturation on sounds that should cut through a bit more. So I'm taking warm up lows preset with an analog clip and just play around and add in some more upper harmonics. I'm taking the driver down and we are gradually bringing it in. So as soon as we touch this drive knob, there's really stuff going to happen. It depends a little bit on your taste, how much you want to apply here. So this is a simple technique to add a bit more harmonics and upper frequencies on your sub bass to be sure it cuts through on standard devices. Simple but very effective trick.
Hey guys, this is Production Music Live with another tutorial, and today we are going to quickly cover the subject side-chaining. When you get into electronic music, you really need to know about side-chaining. So we need to get a kick. I'm going to the samples over here and I'm taking kick 11 from Deep Premium Sample Pack. That one. I'm placing that one over here. Placing this kick over here and I'm copying it. I'm playing it on every measure basically. And I'm putting it in this color. So right now we have this sound. The next sample I'm going to use is a tom. Which one am I using over here? Tom 11. So I'm using that one and I'm pitching it down. Let's do that again. So I use this tom sample over here. I drag it that long and I pitch it down 3 semitones. So just to match the pad that I'm going to play later. And I'm going to give it this color. So right now we have 2 elements. We have this kick and we have this tom. I'm putting that off for a second. And if we play them together now, the kick and the tom over here, they are interfering. There's too much signal over here. The kick can't get through with the tom being so hard on the first hit in those areas over here. So we kind of want to trigger the signal of the kick, because the kick signal is always really important in dance music. We want to trigger that signal and put it into the side-chaining compressor over here. So we select a compressor over here, we try to give it a pumping effect, and I'm doing that from scratch now. And we open it up and we select sidechain, audio from kick track number 1, plug it in, and now we have the ratio over here and the threshold. If I put the ratio on 1, nothing will happen. If I put it on 2, for example, or any other value above 1, and I drag down the threshold a little bit, things are going to start moving. If I drag it down all the way, it's getting this pumping effect. That's the basic principle of sidechaining. Whenever we are playing our sidechaining trigger, we are docking the signal of the tom track over here. So that would be really basic sidechaining. Sometimes I'm using sidechaining in tutorials and tracks where I have this kind of ghost sidechaining track, where I have the sidechaining track basically off, but if you put it off, it will still trigger the signal. Sometimes you want the sidechaining trigger, but you don't want to hear it, and that's when you use the ghost sidechain. Now, you could also try to shape the trigger a little bit, because sometimes if you have really long kicks, like that kick over here is not too long, but sometimes kicks have a longer tail, and then the sidechaining trigger gets messed up a little. Let's quickly loop this area over here and find out what the sidechain shaping EQ can do over here. Put it on, and I have it on high pass right now, or low cut. High pass, low cut, the same thing. You could also use shelves and bells and band pass and low pass filters. But a high pass filter makes sense in that case, because I want to kind of use just a high frequent snap of the kick over here in the beginning as trigger and leave out everything else. So I'm putting it on pre-listening here, and now I should hear the trigger. And over here I can adjust the frequencies of that filter. So the signal is getting longer if I go down all the way, because we are playing this long tail over here, and if I go up above those bass frequencies, it's not going to trigger that anymore. Over here it's just a tiny snap. Sometimes that kind of snap is enough for your sidechaining signal input. Sometimes it's exactly what you need. You could also go up with the ratio over here. But since that tom starts right away over here, I wanted to get a little lower. I think I'm fine with this trigger signal. So you could do that also with other tracks, not bass, with like bass tracks, or well, with bass it's very usual actually. We are using that tom basically as bass over here. You could also do it with a pad, for example. So I have this pad over here, it's playing those notes. and it's a massive instance of massive. It's playing one of our presets for I think Tropical House or something. We have several preset packs, and we are playing the super nice pad, this one over here. You could also try to achieve some ducking of that pad over here. So let's put it on, put the ratio to really high and take the threshold down to very low. And the audio comes from the kick over here, and let's put it in. So you see, if you drag down the threshold, you can shape how late you want your signal to come back in. And you can also adjust the release time for that. For example, see, if I put up the release time, it's taking the signal longer to come back and go back out of the gain reduction. If I put it shorter, it takes less time. Put it really short, it will hit right back up. There are those envelope shaping tools that can also achieve this side-chaining effect. Sometimes that's handy as well. If you have the LFO tool, for example, by Steve Duda, you could use that as well for shaping a sidechain. So let's put that on the tom over here. And I already selected a sidechaining preset number 4 of the sidechains. And you see this shape over here. It's basically cutting out, well, every measure of a bar is cutting out the first part, and it's getting in the latter part. So let's put this on solo. If I wanted to come just at the end, I would do that. If I wanted to have it early, I could put it over here. So that's basically the same thing as shaping with the compressor. There are several ways of achieving that, but those are the basics of sidechaining. We are going to use sidechaining heavily in our tutorials on this channel. If you like those drum samples, you can check out our Deep Premium Drum Sample Pack. We have some nice drum samples collected in there. Check the description for that one if you're looking for massive presets as well. If you like this video, subscribe to our channel and post your questions below, and I hope to see you next time.
Hey guys, it's Nucky Chulo here with Production Music Live. Today we have a mini-series showing you how to edit your vocals so that they stand out in your mix. We'll be using stock Ableton plugins to achieve our desired sound. Here's a quick example before and after of what we'll be doing.
You can run your city, you won't get the key to mine. He told me that if I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried about the cost and I ain't even keeping time, cause I really feel it coming. I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine, like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change. You can run your city, you won't get the key to mine. He told me that if if I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried about the cost and I ain't even keeping time, cause I really feel it coming, I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine, like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. A picture up and gave you sight when you ain't never seen a ray of light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Add a little bit of Cajun spice, like how y'all be saucing. Cause I got the recipe still there, you know that we poppin'.
So before we get into anything, I'd like to stress how important it is to get a good recording. Because if you got a bad recording, no matter how you mix it, it's still a bad recording. So the first and most important step, I would say, is to make sure that you get a good recording. Now with that said, let's go ahead and jump right into it. The first thing we're going to start off with is applying a gate. So let's go ahead and drop that in right here. So we're going to use a gate to basically take out any unwanted noises that we wouldn't need in our track, like lip smacking and breathing, or maybe a fan's going on in the background. And we do that by adjusting the threshold in the ceiling, along with the attack as well.
I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried about the cost and I ain't even keeping time, cause I really feel it coming, I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine, like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life.
Just the threshold a little bit more.
When you ain't never seen a ray of light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break.
You don't want to make it choppy.
Like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Add a little bit of Cajun spice, like how y'all be saucing. Cause I got the recipe still there, you know that we poppin'.
And let's see how we took out the breath in these little gaps.
Saucing.
No more breath.
Saucing.
Breath.
Cause I
No more.
saucing. Cause I got the recipe still
Bye-bye.
there, you know that we poppin'. Saucing. Cause I got the recipe still there, you know that we poppin'. Like saucing. Cause I got the recipe still there, you know that we poppin'. Like how we legend these pills, hey. Go get
Cool, so the next thing we're going to do is remove harmonic frequencies using the EQ8. What we're doing is basically getting rid of frequencies in the vocals that have a lot of resonance that won't really sound good if we edit them further. So I'm going to tighten up the Q on the EQ8 and sweep
I got
around
the
to
recipe
identify these
still,
frequencies.
hey. You know that we poppin'. Like how we legend these pills, hey. Go get a coffin. Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and it's medically ill. Which I spit in will never be real, eh? Loaded, blasted, don't combat it.
Once you identify a frequency you like to remove, just go ahead and tighten it down to about -15 dB and play around with the Q. I'm going to go ahead and repeat the process. Tighten up the Q a little bit. This is audition mode and enables you to actually listen to the frequencies that are only going to be affected by the EQ, which is very helpful.
Hey, go get a coffin. Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and it's medically ill. Which I spit in will never be real, eh? Loaded, blasted, don't combat it. I just got no compassion. Souls I'm snatching, blow the ratchet. I'm burning holes in fabrics.
Let's go ahead and do a little quick A and B here.
You can run your city, you won't get a key to mine. He told me that if I'm on it, I should go
Turn it
and
off.
speak my mind. I ain't worried about the
Back
cost
on.
and I ain't even keeping time.
It's a very
'Cause I
subtle
really feel
change.
it
It's not going to be
coming, I
anything
can
dramatic,
already
but it definitely cleans up the vocals. Well guys, that does it for this video. Feel free to stick around and catch the next video where we'll be going over another EQ and compression, and we'll edit the vocals further. Thanks for watching. Hey, what's up guys? Nucky Chulo here with Production Music Live, and welcome to video 2 of 3 from our hip hop vocal mixing series. Today we'll be going over how we're going to apply another EQ8 to enhance frequencies within the vocals that we like. Also, we'll be applying a compression as well. So let's go ahead and dive right into this. We'll open up another EQ8. The first thing we're going to do with this EQ8 is actually apply a high pass filter to remove any sub-frequencies from the vocals.
You can run your city, you won't get a key to mine. He told me that if I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind.
We're going to apply a cut at around 150 Hertz. Then I'm going to go ahead and turn on the music as well, that way I can mix in context. Generally speaking, your treble frequencies are from 3000 Hertz and up, and enhancing these frequencies will actually provide some clarity to your vocals.
What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life.
I'm going to go ahead and sweep around, that way I can identify frequencies that I would like to enhance and stand out from the mix.
I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Add a little bit of Cajun spice. Like how y'all be saucing? Cause I got the recipe still, hey. You know that we poppin'. Like how we pledging these pills, hey. Go get a coffin. Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and it's medically ill. So spitting will never
Gonna turn on audition mode, that way I can solo out these frequencies and hear them in context.
Souls I'm snatching, blow the ratchet. I'm
tighten up the cue a little bit.
Get these hoes.
I don't want to use a high show, so I'm going to bring in this other bow. Turn the 4 off.
Speak my
I'm gonna put a little cut right here. Tighten up the cue. Reduce some muddiness in this area. Also boost the low end a little bit. This helps give the vocals a little bit more presence in the track. Not too much though.
I don't even ever be killed. So spitting will never be real. Loaded black. Got no compassion. Souls I'm
maybe loosen up the cue bit.
I'm burning holes in fabric. The tactics roses. Adam shows are massive. You can run your city, you won't get it.
Let's go ahead and A-B real quick.
If I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried about the cost and I ain't even. Cause I really, I mean, I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. I picked you up and gave you sight when you ain't never seen no. You can run your city.
Cool, let's solo it out and let's see what it sounds like A and B. So we're gonna turn it off and play it and see what kind of change we made to our vocals.
Run your city, you won't get a key to mine. He told me that.
And let's go ahead and turn it on.
I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried about the cost and I
make a few adjustments here.
Cause I really feel it coming. I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. I picked you up and gave you sight.
I'll cut out some high end.
I ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Add a little bit of Cajun spice. Like how y'all be saucing? Cause I got the recipe still, hey. You know that we poppin'. Like how we legend these pills, hey. Go get a coffin. Cause I don't even ever be killed. You can run your city, you won't get a key to mine.
Alright guys, so next step here, step 4, we'll be applying compression. With compression, we'll adjust the threshold and the ratio along with the attack and release to reduce the dynamic range to our liking. So let's go ahead and pop in a compressor here. Now with compression, don't be scared to experiment with certain settings. The settings we'll have in this video could be used as a general guideline, but don't be afraid to maybe step out the boundaries and experiment with a few different techniques. The key is to experiment and find your sound that you like to have. So I have the compressor switch over to the activity view, that way we have a visual representation of what we're compressing.
Going
to adjust the threshold to catch the peak.
I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. I picked you up and gave you sight.
Make a
never seen a regular light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Had a little bit of Cajun spice. Like how y'all be saucing? Cause I got the recipe still, hey. You know that we poppin'. Like how we legend these pills, hey.
Go ahead and adjust the ratio.
Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and
turn it up all the way, that way you guys get an idea what it sounds like.
Loaded, blasted, don't come back.
Let's bring it back down to around 3.
Souls I'm snatching, blow the ratchet. I'm burning holes.
Then we'll adjust the attack. This determines how fast the compression begins.
Tactics, roses, status, and Adam shows are massive.
And we'll leave the release where it's at.
Cause I got the recipe still, hey. You know that we poppin'.
A and B real quick.
These pills, hey. Go get a coffin.
Let's go ahead and bring the volume back to its original level.
Which I spit in will never be real, eh? Loaded, blasted, don't combat it. I just got no compassion. Souls I'm snatching, blow the ratchet. I'm burning holes in fabrics. Broke the habit, close a casket. These hoes get poked like cactus. Know the tactics.
A and B real quick.
Status and item shows a massive.
And let's go ahead and play on music.
I ain't worried about the cost and I ain't even keeping time. Cause I really feel it coming. I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. A picture up and gave you sight when you ain't never seen a regular light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Add a little bit of Cajun spice. Like how y'all be saucing? Cause I got the recipe still, hey. You know that we poppin'. Like how we legend these pills, hey. Go get a coffin. Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and it's medically ill. So spitting will never be real, hey. Loaded plastic, don't combat it. I just got no compassion. Souls I'm snatching, blow the ratchet. I'm burning holes in fabrics. Broke the habit, close a casket. These hoes get poked like cactus. Know the tactics, rose the status, and item shows a massive.
Well guys, that does it for this video. Make sure to stick around and catch the next video where we'll be going over reverb and delay. Thanks for watching and stay tuned. Hey, what's up guys? Nucky Chulo here with Production Music Live, and welcome to video 3 of 3 from our hip hop vocal mixing mini series. And in this video we're going to be going over reverb and delay. Now with reverb and delay, this gives us a chance to spice up our track and get it to really stand out in the mix. So the first thing we're going to start off with is a reverb. And we're going to leave the dry wet where it's at right now. That way we can adjust a few parameters within the reverb and hear how it sounds. I'll put the quality on high, and we'll put a low cut on, turn the chorus off, diffusion off. Let's give it a listen. I'll increase the decay time a little bit and reduce the pre-delay. And decrease the size. Let's go ahead and decrease the dry wet now. Probably put it around 15 to 20%.
See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Had a little bit of Cajun spice. Like how y'all be saucing? Cause I got the recipe still, hey. You know that we poppin'. Like how we legend these pills, hey. Go get a coffin.
I'll go with a low cut now.
I'm sick in this
reduce the dry wet further.
So spitting will never be real, hey. Loaded plastic, don't combat it. I just got
I think I'll leave that off.
Souls I'm snatching, blow the ratchet. I'm burning holes in fabrics. Broke the habit, close a casket. These hoes get poked like
A and B real quick.
Know the tactics, rose the status.
Let's go ahead and play with the music.
You can run your city, you won't get it. Key to mine. He told me that if I'm on it, I should go and speak.
Decrease the dry wet. Now I don't like the highs in there, so I'm gonna go ahead and put that high cut in there and take the low cut off.
Man, I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. A picture up and gave you sight when you ain't never seen a regular light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Had a little bit of Cajun spice. Like how y'all be saucing? Cause I got the recipe still, hey. You know that we poppin'. Like how we legend these pills, hey. Go get a coffin. Cause I don't even ever be killed.
Alright guys, the next thing we're going to do is add a ping pong delay. So let's go ahead and open that up and add that to our audio effect rack. Put the dry wet a little bit lower, that way it's not too dramatic when we mix it. And then we'll go ahead and play with a few parameters here. The section that has the numbers from 1 through 16, that's the delay time. I'm going to play around with 2 for a little bit. Go back to 4. Cause I really feel it coming, I can already see the signs. But I leave check out 2. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. A picture up and increase the dry wet. Never seen a regular light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Play with the feedback. The feedback is how many times it's going to repeat itself in the delay. This is the EQ for the delay. For the longest time I had no idea what this thing did. Go ahead and increase it a little bit.
Go get a coffin. Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and it's medically ill. Which I spit in will never be real, eh? Loaded, blasted, don't combat it. I just got no compassion. Souls I'm snatching.
Let's hear it with music.
Ratchet. I'm burning holes in fabrics. Broke the habit, close a casket. These hoes get poked like cactus. Know the tactics, rose the status, and item shows a massive.
Open up the EQ a little bit. Well guys, that does it for the reverb and ping pong delay. Before we move on to the final compression, let's go ahead and give this a quick before and after listen.
You can run your city, you won't get the key to mine. He told me that if I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried about the cost and I ain't even keeping time. Cause I really feel it coming, I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. I picked you up and gave you sight when you ain't never seen a regular light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't...
Alright, so moving on to step 7 where we apply final compression. Now this stage is optional. This compression is very light and it's really only catching the peaks in the vocals and bringing them down in range compared to what we've done in the background like the reverb and the delay. So let's go ahead and pop in a compressor real quick. We'll switch it over to the activity view.
You can run your city.
And we'll go ahead and reduce the ratio.
He told me that if I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried about
and we'll just bring the threshold right here to catch the peaks.
Really feel it coming, I can already see.
Turn the makeup off.
What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. I picked you up and gave you sight when you ain't never seen a regular light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Had a little bit of Cajun spice, like how y'all be saucing. Cause I got the recipe still, you know that we
and we're just gonna sit this right on the peaks right here.
Go get a coffee.
Have a relatively fast attack.
I'm sick and is medically ill.
Increase the release.
Loaded, blasted, don't combat it. I just got no compassion. Souls I'm snatching, blow the ratchet. I'm burning holes in fabrics. Broke the habit, close the
A and B real quick.
Hoes get poked like cactus. Know the tactics, rose the status, and now them shows are massive. You can run your city, you won't get the key to mine. He told me that if I'm on it, I should go.
Go ahead and increase the gain.
I ain't worried about the
just a little bit.
I ain't even keeping time. Cause I really feel it coming, I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. I picked you up and gave you sight when you ain't never seen a regular light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Add a little bit of Cajun spice, like how y'all be saucing. Cause I got the recipe still, you know that we poppin'.
Alright guys, so moving on to the bonus step, which is vocal chops. What we're going to be doing here is chopping up the main vocals and have them spread out to different tracks, one pan to the left and one pan all the way to the right. And we're going to be manipulating them a little bit different than what we did with the main vocals in terms of EQ and reverb and delay. And this will give it the whole track a little bit more flair and characteristic to it. So let's go ahead and start off with having two tracks, one pan all the way to the left and one pan all the way to the right. And we'll go ahead and copy and paste the audio effect rack from the main vocals onto these two new tracks. And we'll put another one right here.
You can run your city, you won't get it. Key to mine, key to mine.
So I want to take this part and have it repeat itself onto the left side real quick. That's a little too loud, we'll have to turn that down. You don't want these to overpower the main vocals. That's about right. A little bit more. And play around with the ping pong delay a little bit more. I may switch this out for a simple delay, since we're panned out to the left. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So let's go ahead and drop that in here. Go ahead and link it. Switch up the time. Increase the feedback. Again, this is how many times it's going to repeat itself. Cool, I think I like that. Awesome, I'm gonna move on to the next chop. Have this repeat itself on the right side. Turn down the volume.
I ain't worried about the cost and I ain't even. He told me that if I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried.
Bring it down a little bit more.
I ain't even keeping time, cause I really feel it coming. I can already see the sun, see the sun, already see the sun.
Have this repeat on the left side.
Coming, I can already see the sun. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind and change your life. A picture up and gave you sight when you ain't never seen a regular light.
Let's hear it back.
Flow like you won't get it. Key to mine. He told me that if I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried about the.
See, it's just a little flair. It's nothing too dramatic, but it's something cool, you know, that you can always incorporate in your ideas. Have this go over here, maybe to the left.
Cause I really feel it coming, I can already see the sun. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind and change your life. A picture up and gave you sight when you ain't never seen a regular light.
Have that repeat.
Cold do flow like a case. Stone cold do flow like a case.
Yeah, get that going on the right side.
Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Add a little bit of Cajun spice. Like how y'all be sauce.
And we'll have this fill in the gap right here. Kind of like a call and an answer type of thing.
Like how y'all be saucing. Cause I got the recipe still there. You know
Do the same thing right here on the right side.
we pop. We pop.
There we go.
Like how we touching these pills, hey, go get a coffee. Hey, go get a coffee. Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and it's medically ill. So spitting will never be real, hey. Loaded, blasted, don't combat it. I just got no compassion.
Okay, let's go ahead and play around with the EQ a little bit.
Hey, go get a coffee. Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and it's medically ill.
Let's leave some room for the main vocals. We'll have it go through a little telephone effect right here. So this is just a little makeshift effect.
Souls I'm snatching, blow the ratchet. I'm burning holes and fat.
Kind of like he's talking to a trap phone or something.
Casket, these hoes get poked like cactus. Know the tactics, rose the status, and now them shows are massive. Go get
There we go. Bring it down a little bit more.
I'm sick and it's medically ill. So spitting will never be real. But I leave behind.
See how it sits a little bit better. We open up a little bit more.
But I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind.
I want the main vocals to have that spot.
Sight when you ain't never seen a regular light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Add a little bit of Cajun spice. Like how y'all be saucing. Cause I got the recipe still. Hey, you know that we poppin'.
Have a little bit more effect right
Like how
here.
we touching these pills. Hey, go get a coffee. Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and it's medically ill. So spitting will never be real. Hey, loaded, blasted, don't come back. He told me that if I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried about the cost and I ain't even keeping time. Cause I really feel it coming, I can already see the sun. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind and change. sight when you ain't never seen a regular light. Stone cold do flow like a case
Awesome.
of ice. See the difference like it's day and night. Y'all ain't never gonna break the mic. I leave it steaming like a plate of ice. I cook it up and get it tasting right. Add a little bit of Cajun spice. Like how y'all be saucing? Cause I got the recipe still. Hey, you know that we poppin'. Like how we touching these pills. Hey, go get a coffee. Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and it's medically ill. So spitting will never be real. Hey.
Cool, so let's play it back.
You can run your city, you won't get the key to mine. He told me that if I'm on it, I should go and speak my mind. I ain't worried about the cost and I ain't even keeping time. Cause I really feel it coming, I can already see the signs. What I leave behind should be divine. Like Jesus, how we teach the blind to change your life. A picture up and gave you sight when you ain't never seen a regular light. Stone cold do flow like a case of ice. See the difference. DeEsser, cook it up and get it tasting right. Add a little bit of Cajun spice, like how y'all be saucing. Cause I got the recipe still, hey, you know that we poppin'. Like how we pledging these pills, hey, go get a coffin. Cause I don't even ever be killed. I'm sick and it's medically ill, so spitting will never be real, hey. Loaded, blasted, don't combat it, I just got no compassion. Souls I'm snatching, blow the ratchet, I'm burning holes in fabrics. Broke the habit, close the casket, these hoes get poked like cactus. Know the tactics, rose the status, and now them shows are massive.
Well guys, that pretty much wrapped things up for our hip hop vocal mixing series. Please stay tuned for more videos and thank you guys for watching. Peace out.
This is a prepared audio file with a bass sound playing different bass notes. Let's play it. And as you can see, we have different gain levels for different parts of the audio. Let's go into the file and see it in detail. So I have this first part, it's equally loud with the third and the fifth and the seventh part. And we also have quieter parts down here. And this one, even if you can't hear it, for example, on a smartphone, it actually contains audio information. So there is something playing here. We have a little bit of bass information playing. It's just really quiet. So we have a huge dynamic range between this quiet part and this loud part and this loud part up here as well. Alright, so I'm going back into the overview. On this audio track, this is going to be our input audio track, I've placed a compressor. A compressor is used to reduce the difference here, this difference between the loudest and the quieter parts of an audio file. In other words, it affects the dynamic range. Or differently put, the compression reduces the level of our peaking parts and thereby it opens up more headroom and allows the overall signal level to be turned up. And this will give our signal a higher average level. So what does that mean? So down here, I have the compressor and I have a second audio track here. And that one is going to record the output of the first one after the compressor. So we will be able to see how the compression affects the signal visually. So let me quickly play it again. So as you can see, the output audio looks just the same as the input audio. Up to now, nothing happened. And that's because the compressor did not actually do any work. But this is going to change now as we are changing the values of the first knob. And this is going to be threshold. Threshold sets the input level at which the compression begins. Okay, so now things happened. We see we have a bit less gain in those peak parts. So everything above the threshold, this orange line down here, was affected by the compression, and everything below was not affected. Let's play it again and see the visual representation down here again. So you see we have these parts of audio above the threshold, and these are the ones that are actually being treated. Okay, so before we said compression reduces the level of peaks, and this is what happened here. And now the question arises, how does it do that? And this is actually controlled by our second parameter down here, our compression ratio, which is sitting at 2:1 at the moment. Our ratio determines how much the input signal exceeding the threshold is being compressed or treated, or basically reduced in gain. So how much the input signal exceeding the threshold. So this part here is the input signal exceeding the threshold, and our ratio here determines how much it's being reduced. And a ratio of 2:1 indicates that a signal exceeding the threshold by 10 decibels will be attenuated or taken down to 5 decibels above the threshold. So it's 2:1 actually says 1/2. We're inputting 10 decibels and we're outputting only 1/2 of that, so 5 decibels, for example, of the signal that was lying above this threshold. This one, this one, this one, and this one. So let's take a closer look at this ratio knob here and go all the way to the left. The furthest out we can go is 1:1. In that case, the compressor isn't doing anything because it just inputs the signal and it will output everything of the signal that was exceeding the threshold. So let's press record and see the visual representation of that. So we had a ratio of 1:1, and you see it looks just the same as the input signal. If we take our ratio to the other way around, for example, sitting at 4:1, that means if we exceed our threshold by 4 decibels, only 1 decibel of that exceeding signal will be outputted. So our peak levels here will be a lot quieter. So as you can see down here, we have the representation of what's going on, and we said we have a ratio of 4:1, and you can actually see it here because this upper part, this grayed out part, is your input signal, and the second part with the white line is your output signal. So this is roughly 1/4 of the complete gray or darker gray part behind it, and the white line is just showing you the output signal. So this is 1/4 of this complete signal that was exceeding the orange threshold line. And this difference, the difference between the dark gray and the lighter gray part in the level is called gain reduction. This is basically what the compressor is doing here. It's reducing the gain of this peaking part to this new level here. If we go ahead and turn up the ratio to even higher values, we will end up, for example, at a ratio of 10:1 here. Meaning we only output 1/10 of the exceeding signal. And you can also see it in this representation, it got really close to the orange line already, and it's hardly noticeable anymore. If we go even further, like the furthest out we can go is infinity. Infinity saying, I'm not outputting anything above the threshold. I'm just outputting remaining stuff below the threshold. No peaking signal above the threshold is going to be outputted. So what we are expecting is those bits of audio coming even closer to our more quieter ones. And we can actually see that now. So this part here had a big difference in the gain in the beginning, and now it's almost just as loud as the other one. By the way, if a compressor is working at a ratio of infinity, it acts like a limiter. So in the beginning we said a compressor reduces the level of peaks and opens up more headroom and thereby allows the overall signal level to be turned up. Now, we've done our first part, we reduced the peaks, and what we haven't done so far is bringing the overall signal level up. A compressor has this output gain, which is controlling the overall signal in the end. Basically, that just works like a volume knob. We can actually go to our audio effects in Ableton or any other DAW and just put in a utility, which is just a level controller. We can just set that one up and adjust for the gain reduction that has taken place here. So we can bring it back up to higher levels with this gain knob here now. And you see the dynamic ranges have been reduced and the average gain of the entire sample is now louder compared to this one here. So this utility gain knob behaves in the same way as this output gain here. And I'm taking this one off now just to control if we have the same effect. So putting in roughly 7 decibels here. So this is what our output gain is doing. Now let's compress it a lot harder than we did to achieve one single evened out bass sound without any dynamics whatsoever. So I'm going to play around with the threshold and ratios now on this compressor. We see we are not affecting this dynamic range so far, so we have to go down a lot further in our ratio to actually pick up the dynamic range between those parts here. Getting closer, but we need to pick up this one down here. And now we are adjusting for the loss in the overall gain, and we are putting the output gain up to higher values. And of course we could get this even louder now, but let's take a quick look at what happened here, because in the beginning of this part and the beginning of this part we have those little tiny bumps of clipping audio at the moment, and we want to adjust for that as well. So what happens here is the compressor is a little bit late at kicking in. So this little peak is not being treated by the compressor. And that's actually due to the fact that our attack knob down here, if we take a look at the info on the left next to it, the attack time sets how long it takes to reach the maximum compression once the signal exceeded the threshold. So it took 2 milliseconds here to actually kick the compression in, and that's when this bump occurred. So what we can do is we go back into attack and take it as low, as short as possible and try to fix this little bump. So I'm zooming out a little bit to make this happen. And you see now the little attacky bump here is gone, and we have an audio file with almost no dynamic range left.